All right. Good afternoon. Yeah, it's still technically afternoon now. Cool. By about 15 minutes. Sorry, I started immediately an eyelash fill in my eye. Good morning ish. Good early afternoon. God damn it. All right, I got it. All right. Anyways, hi. I have been meaning to get these things painted up, but they're not the most exciting models. They're just war machines, but they've been pretty handy so far. Managed to actually they've been pretty hit or miss, but they've managed to take out a good handful of troops, or they've managed to miss completely when I game with them. So not 100% sure how much I want to keep using them, but let's get painting. I'm not going to use the great camera because these things are so big. I don't really need the detail. Let's clear out some of my working space here. I had to go through and clean up a bunch of my stuff because I forgot it and it got moldy. Whoops, it happens. Paint flusher. Wet palette's gotta be reset. Heck is my... There it is. Don't let it sit too long, it gets moldy. I might just like leave these things. Is it bad to leave a wet palette out to just dry every time you're done using it? Here. There we go. Whoops. How many of these do I have? I still got a few more spares. Oh, I need the paper though. Alright. Pancakes, what are you doing, buddy? You saw me start up a stream and then immediately decided to scream for attention? Yeah, I called you out on it. Where's my water bottle? Alright, got the paint flusher. I just need to soak one corner. There we go. That's plenty. We're not going to have a huge variety of colors on these things. That's plenty. Papers are a little big. They're going to be a pain in the ass. Paper towels. Pack up this Arwen model I'm not using at the moment. My desk is kind of a mess. It's always a mess. I'll put her away later. Alright, so I've got two... Oh, what are they called? Battlecry Trebuchets, and whatever that thing is called, the Bolt Thrower. What is that called? I don't remember. But alright. Oh, Pancakes, buddy, hi. Yeah. Pancakes is all over me right now because he saw a computer turn on. Pancakes are a pain in the butt. Alright. Avenger Bolt Thrower, that's what it's called. Lamp's on. Y'all can see it pretty well without the lamp. I can't, however. Alright. So these should be pretty simple. They're almost entirely wood, which I'm going to do with the XV88 and an Agrax wash. That should cover most of the wood, which is most of the model. They've got metal bits, which I'm going to alternate between Lead Belcher, Stormcast, with a Null Oil wash in between. And then this one's missing some parts. This is an original metal one. This one is not. This one's just resin, and this one is much heavier. But this one's also missing the payload. So I have rocks and some ropes and some other stuff. So the canvas will be Carrick Stone, the ropes will be Screaming Skull with an Agrax. And I'll do the rock with... Given how much of Osgiliath is built with white stone, I'll do like a lighter colored stone color for it. But also because, I can have this in some goo to hold it onto the model, or onto the base, but I don't need that right now. Where's my goo pile? There's my goo glob. I'm gonna have Dr. Wef cut me a circle for that later. Alright. Start with the XV88. This stream will be pretty quick. These aren't complex, high detailed machines. Give me a glob. There you go. Let's see. Probably want to start with this really rough brush. How to do it. Pancakes, you're being a pain in the butt. I love you, buddy. You're a pain in the butt. Alright. So the Bolt Thrower, just because it's the smallest. Oh, there are a few other little details. It's got some little Gondorian tree here, right there in the middle. I'll be doing 2 coats because this brush is a little rough. This thing doesn't have a new profile yet, so it should be in the new book coming out. It wasn't one of the ones they listed as, like, discontinuing. What do they call that? Legacy? Stuff like that is always what got me out of fandoms. Was when it was just like, oh yeah, suddenly a bunch of the stuff you had, yeah, it's not viable anymore. But like, there's a reasonable amount I can see, you know, when you talk about like power creep, especially if you look at like Pokemon cards. You know, here's a Charizard, he's got 120 health. That's crazy. And now you've got like the V cards and stuff, and some of those have like 300 close to it. And it's just like, you know, power creep. You want to introduce the new big card for the set. But with yes, Pancakes, I hear you. He's upset because he's not getting attention. Fanny, you're not getting attention because whenever we give you attention, you don't want it. Butthole. Butthole creature. Anyways. In this case, I'm kind of upset that they just took like a bunch of models that were like, yeah, we're not making these models anymore. Some of these have been in the game almost 20 years. Come on. Oh yeah, they didn't appear in the movie. That's why. It's a terrible reason. Especially because I didn't collect any of them at the time. Now they're going to go up in price, and I still want them. Condish. I got a Condish. I managed to get a Condish Charioteer. I just said Condish 3 times.
Needs undivided attention. What are we doing?
Dr. Wipe is on pancakes wrangling duty.
You can put a child to bed or like entertain them with toys, but you can't do that with Pam.
Alright, I'll let that dry a little bit. Let's get the metal one done because this is going to be a big one. This is going to be a very, very big one. Models like this are always a little... The size and complexity of the actual build always gets kind of in the way when you're painting. I've seen some people like painting individual parts, but a lot of the Lord of the Rings ones aren't that complex. Don't really need it, but this may have been one I should have done in parts. Then again, if you like... I've also found that if you if I prime the models, that layer of primer kind of interferes with the glue layer a little bit. What's that? What the hell is that? Piece of flash? Yeah, I always miss a little piece here and there. Let's break that off. Make sure put an extra bit of paint on that glob. I haven't really had to work around a model like this yet. So like with the primer creating like almost an extra layer the glue has to go through. Just that. I've slowly worn the edge of this desk a little bit. Every once in a while a sliver will get me. It's just like a thin veneer over particle board, I think. It's hard to tell. The desk looks nice, but it's actually just like fake pressed wood. Hey, Shambles. How's it going? Why boo? Wait, is that a scaring boo or a disapproving boo? Ah. Ah! I was like, oh no, do you not like Gondor? Are you a Mordor player? Oh, there's a whole other side of this thing. Yeah, these things are going to take a lot of paint. That paint did not go as far as I hoped it would, but then again, I'm painting some big stuff, so. That's why you get these crunchy ruined brushes, just for large things like this. I got a watch in the water to paint at some point. And that's gonna be a task. Alright, there's the counterweight pretty much done. Yeah, this thing, like, it could have worked with the resin one, painting in pieces. But this is the pewter one. I don't know what it weighs, but a lot. Have not looked into it yet at all. All I've heard about so far, I think, is the way the cartridges are going to work. Some of them, and I'm not really a fan of that. Not a fan of not owning the thing you paid for. If I buy a computer program, I kind of want to have a backup disk. If I buy a video game, I want a physical copy. Some I understand just don't have it, but like if I'm going to be buying one of the major titles on it, I don't want to have to because I already had to transfer over my 3DS. My old 3DS like broke. It got better. I don't understand. So I got a new one and transferred everything over. Everything was able to transfer. I basically just took a copy of the memory of everything and carried it over to the new one. And now that the DS online system is down, if I ever lost that DS and wasn't able to transfer things properly, all that would be gone. Like the games are saved to a cartridge, but I got like the old Pokemon, the digital copies of the old Pokemon games on there. Those would be lost. Pokebank and Pokehome. Not Pokehome. Transfer. Those would be lost. So yeah, I got the other games on cartridge, but now I can't transfer and communicate. This is really hard to get up in there. There's probably going to be a few spots I can't reach with the brush. Alright. Well, the counterweight took a while, but this main arm went pretty quick. In fact, I think all these arms are going to go pretty quick. Light bulb, I swear to God, if you keep blinking out on me. I don't even think it's the bulb. I think it might be the lamp. There's another bit of flash. Just stab myself in the hand with these pliers. A little bit more in there. There we go. Ow, son of a... I'm gonna have to put like a thing up on my desk to work to protect it from, I guess, from the wood, for the fake wood from fraying. It's like just enough to stab me in the arm if I move my hand over it. Yeah, I wonder if there might be some limitations on Nintendo's tech, because GameCube and Wii were discs, but Nintendo's almost been exclusively cartridge. That's actually how PlayStation got started. Was Sony had a deal with Nintendo to make a disc console, and then Nintendo backed out and decided to stick with cartridges. But Sony still had all the tech and was like, well, why don't we make a game console? Thus, Nintendo's biggest competitor was born. This piece is actual wood. It was missing a few bits. I was like, I got pieces of balsa wood. Let me just make the missing parts. Yeah, and I think one thing that PlayStation has really learned is to let your competitors announce their consoles first. I don't know if you were watching any of the original Xbox One release information, which was honestly hilarious. It was like such a perfect console for something that you as a company would want to sell, but terrible for anything anybody would want to actually buy. Like, it should have been so obvious. And then PlayStation just had to be like, let's just not do any of the things that people said were horrible, terrible ideas. Oh, nice. Yeah, I was wondering how much, like, virtual console stuff they were going to keep doing. I guess it's probably to help against, like, legally against piracy. Because, like, one of the big pro piracy arguments is always like, well, if you're not producing it and you don't own it, you don't produce it anymore, I want a copy and I don't want to pay $500 for a copy of a game just to have the real one when I could, like, pirate a copy. Like, I understand that. So I wonder if that could also be a big, like, legal boost for Nintendo. Stop and say, yo, yeah, we still have the active games now. You can't pirate it, or you shouldn't pirate it now. But if you're not maintaining it, you're not producing it, I think it's fair game for pirates. Yar, har, fiddly dee. Alright, did I get this half already? I think I've got... Oh, there it is. I've got the original one here. That might be the first game we 100%ed. I think. I remember our brother just spent like a week just sailing out in the ocean, picking up every single little chest he could dig up with that little crane, every single exact coordinate he could find, even if it was just like, oh, here's a 3 rupee chest. I doubt any of them were that low. There's no 3 rupee. There's no 3 rupee. Bits on here. Wind Waker, yeah. Hyrule is sunken under the ocean. The King of Red Lions turns out to be the... Oh, okay, maybe I'll... If you're going to play it, I'll avoid spoilers, but... Yeah, we beat it. Ocarina of Time was one that I didn't beat till I had it on DS. But we never had the we didn't have the little save cartridge for our N64. So our friend Zach had it, remember? He'd bring it over. And we'd play through like maybe we could get up to like Zora's Domain, which we always, I don't know, we were like 10. I think I was the oldest, so I think we were probably like 10 or 11 trying to beat that game, and we weren't very good at the time. I remember like really struggling with any game that was in 3 dimensions. I think it was just a probably controller response to it. Oh, yeah, he would have been really little. But yeah, he'd bring it, and we didn't have the memory thing, so we'd have to like restart every time. But I don't think that's even accurate. I think maybe we thought we were restarting every time. Something is loose. I can feel it wiggle. What is that? There it is. Okay. This axle isn't fully glued in. But it's fine because it's locked in, so I don't care. Where was I just painting? Oh, the wheel. I can just feel the slight vibration in this thing. Yeah, what else? What else do we have? That one kid used to bring like that Robbie Robot on Wheels game. That was kind of fun. We didn't have like Star Fox or anything at the time. We played the shit out of that game. I still every once in a while. I remember that was made by a studio like Doki Denki. I don't remember if there was a tune that played when it started up, but I still just remember being like, "Oh, Doki Denki's fun to say." That was a decent platformer. Let's see, what else did we have? Of course, we had Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2. Paper Mario. I already played Paper Mario not too recently on the Switch, but but I didn't stream it. I didn't think of streaming it at the time. That's right, it's because you're a furry. I'm kidding. Yeah, I like Star Fox Assault. Star Fox Adventure has mixed reviews, I think, gameplay-wise. Oh! I broke it. Use this opportunity to get some glue in here. Some paint. Oh yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Here's a big chunk of primer just... that was Star Fox Adventure. Yeah. That one introduced Crystal and a world of furries were born. How do we get the brush up in here? Can I fit it through there? Nope. GoldenEye was always so hard for me to control as a kid because you couldn't it didn't operate like a normal first-person shooter. You had to like stop and hold a different button to aim and move your gun. So if somebody was like above you, you just had to like hold still and then look up at and shoot them. Like you couldn't look up and move at the same time. That's why on multiplayer, Oddjob was always like a huge cheat because he was just a short little tiny Asian guy, and he was below the aiming reticle for every other model. So he could run up and karate chop you, and you had to like stop and try and aim at him. And oh, you're dead. Odd job, karate chopped you. That's another one we never finished. It didn't help we were a bunch of hyperactive kids not reading mission dossiers, but yeah, selling the N64 is one I regret. That's a move I regret. We had a lot of good games. Yeah. I was going to sell it to a friend, but he never followed up. So I think somebody bought it at the garage sale. Sometimes when I was working at some of the dumps, people would drop off game consoles. So I managed to try to get a bunch of older original copies of old Nintendo games. Some of them are actually kind of quite valuable. And I had a few duplicate copies. So I took them to a secondhand video game store. Like, not just like GameStop, here's your $2 for it, but like an actual like retro game store. And used all the money to like rebuy all the original Pokemon games. This brush is really caked up now. Because I had red and blue, but do you remember our neighbor kid who used to pee his pants a lot? He borrowed red and it went through the wash and never saved anymore. So like I could use it to get starters, or if I was really ambitious, I might be able to get like an Eevee and get it decently far into the game. And if I had some of the battery packs and charger packs, I could plug it in and just leave it running for like a couple days just so I could get exclusive Pokemon. My blue is still good. Brush is still a little damp. Blue version was still good. So I bought a new original copy of red. It did have a battery repair done to it, so they could still save properly. Brother had yellow. I don't know if I could find my gold. I had gold, our brother had silver. I remember finding one of them, but I couldn't remember. I don't remember which one it was. I had to buy the other one. I also bought a copy of Crystal. And then I had 2 copies of Diamond. One from my friend's older sister found one when she was working at our school and found it like in one of the locker rooms and just gave it to me. And I had a second one somehow. I think I got it secondhand at the dump. Some rich person threw out their kids' old video games. So I traded one of those for a copy of Diamond, and then I had to go through a little hassle to get a copy of Platinum. Platinum's expensive, and I got it right before COVID, before the price shot up even more. I think I paid $125 for it. But I turned in like several original Nintendo consoles to that game store, so I had like the store credit for it. I never originally played Black and White, so those were ones I had to track down. But I got back in. Oh, I had to find X and Y too. Oh, and the Ruby Sapphire remakes. Oh yeah, Gen 3. I lost my Ruby version. I don't know where that went. But I found our brother's Sapphire, and I know it's his because it's all glitched out with Game Shark cheats. Did we have the South Park one? I don't think we had the South Park one. I think we may have rented it once. One of my friends came over, but we just never played it. I don't ever remember playing the South Park one. I was good at Pokemon Puzzle League, Puzzle Challenge. One was for Game Boy, one was for N64. But then I had to buy a copy of Emerald, and my copy of Emerald looks like shit, but it's a real one and it functions, and that's all that really matters. I've seen copies of Emerald go for over $1,000, so if it works and it's real, I'm good. That is enough for me. And I've been playing it right now, so. One thing about it, though, is I don't know who the villains are in it. Well, see, did we buy it or rent it? Because I know when they were closing down, they were selling a lot of their stuff. But would we have bought it then? Play by Play was our town's little local video rental store. It was owned by a friend's parents or grandparents. Oops. This super glue might suck. Well, I've got a lot of issues with super glue. As you can see, this is the actual wood piece. That might be why it didn't stick too well. Maybe too much of it got absorbed into the wood. Yeah, freshman year in high school, I was like... Actually, most of high school. I didn't really enjoy high school. I hated high school. A big thing was because I never had classes with any of my friends. I think in my entire time there, I shared classes with three of my friends once. That was it. So freshman year, I knew one of the kids he knew, so I just kind of sat with them and hung out with them. They were a year older than me. I knew the one mutual friend because him and I were in band together. I played tuba, he did baritone. The iPad will not state one. I need the iPad because that's how I can monitor everything. I have to look up constantly. Oh, is it functioning? No. It's functioning? No. Yeah. But it keeps going dark, and it didn't used to do that. I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, I used to remember going there to buy magic cards. I'd save up change for weeks. Just to buy a single booster pack. They were $2.99 with state taxes and everything. They came out to $3.20. It was the Mirrodin block. Was out at the time. I remember they had that Girls of Spring Break video. Just like, it was like the only thing. I don't think it was, it wasn't quite X-rated. It was, topless. But it was like the only thing they had like that. And it was just so, like, they didn't have like a back room. It was like, oh, here's the adult video section. It was more like, oh yeah, this is just over with like the rated R. But it was in like this, like those older VHS cases. Like they're not just like the cardboard sleeve. They were like the actual like plastic pack. A lot of Disney movies came in them, I think. It was in like one of those in bright yellow and stood out so much on the shelf. It's like, wow, look, the perfect case to catch a child's eye. Oh, boobies. It's like when we were in Germany and I couldn't figure out like German pornographic censorship laws because like you'd be at like a little corner gas station type thing, and German magazines are great. They have like the Lego magazine, like European kids magazines are fucking awesome. Lego magazine comes with like exclusive minifigures each month. We just don't have that here in the US. But right like so like the kids magazine are like right on the bottom shelf, and then right at like small child eye height would be the German porno catalog things. And I couldn't figure them out because there'd be like one of them would be like in the mylar bag, and you couldn't see into it. There'd be some hot lady on the cover, censored, but there. And then the next one would have like it would be topless. Maybe there'd be some little like lens flare things, so you couldn't see everything. And then the next one would just be like complete full frontal nudity, penetration on the cover, and it was like, what is the difference? Why does this one require a mylar bag? Why is this one just right there out in the open? What is going on, Germany? Explain yourself. And I think one of them was actually a catalog for escort services. I think it's actually what one of them was. So like the lens flare censored one was like, oh yeah, you can call this girl and she'll come hook up with you. And it's like, oh, that's what that is? And then the other one was just, I still don't understand the difference between the mylar bag one and the bukkake on the cover other one. No idea. Oh, Germany. Is a little bit more. I almost had enough to finish this one. Trips Drill is still my favorite amusement park. Horrifying looking animatronics, all voiced by the same German guy. Alcohol coin operated wine dispensers. A marvelous, marvelous park. Here's a nightmare Snow White. Also, put in a euro coin, get a glass of wine. It's like, oh, sweet. This is a Hansel and Gretel log flume. What's this? This is a big old monument to the winemakers having more wines. Okay. What's this? This is a soda fountain machine. What's in it? Beer. Fantastic. Keep it coming. Although we got a little embarrassed because our favorite thing on there, we were like drinking glass after glass. We were like, what is this? This is really good. Can we buy a bottle of this here? And they were like, that was the children's raspberry soda. We're like, oh. Well, it's delicious and we want more. Oh, we don't sell that here. Oh, it's just for the children. Well, it's tasty. Yeah, Trips Roll was a fucking hoot. Oops, I've got paint on my keyboard. Oh shit, I got paint on my camera. Whoops. Oh, mess. Alright, let's get these busted pieces painted so I can get them glued back on later. Shit ass super glue. Yeah, I want to go back. Under different travel arrangements, though. I don't know if I've shared this story on the channel, but this is like a good sum up to what the whole vacation was like. There's a store in the Black Forest that's pretty well known for selling the dirndl dresses and the lederhosen for Oktoberfest. And Dr. Wife's mom, went there. She'd gone to Germany ahead of us, because that's her home country. And was there with Dr. Wife's cousin, and the two of them went to the shop before we and her dad arrived, and they just went on some random day. And her mom wanted to go back to the shop now that we were there. And she's like, oh, yes, we'll go on Sunday. And my Dr. Wife's just like, Mom, I'm pretty sure they'd be closed. Germany, a lot of shops are closed on Sunday in Germany. Nine. I know I was there. We went on a Sunday. It will be open. And rather than take the hour-long route on the Autobahn, my father-in-law took every side road possible, drove in the opposite direction that we were heading, and it took him like 4.5 hours to get to this little part of the Black Forest. It was only like an hour and a half away. We're hungry, we're tired, we want to stop and eat, but he rented this massive fucking travel van. Massive, and these 1,000-year-old little German towns are not built for massive travel vans to park anywhere. So he'd spend all this time trying to struggle to find somewhere to park before he'd just give up and we'd go somewhere else to a different town where the situation would repeat. So we've been on the road 4.5 hours at this point. We get there, it's fucking closed, because of course it is, because it's a Sunday. And that's the mood of the whole trip. So we'd love to go back and actually be able to travel and look at things and not stop at every little souvenir tourist trap. That was the most frustrating part. It was I want to stop at this little store. It's this is a tourist trap. This is your home country. You don't need to get the little German refrigerator magnet. I want to see what they have. They have the same stuff as every tourist trap. See that castle up on the hill? I want to visit that, please. This building is older than our country. Please, I want to see it. The whole trip was like that. Ow, I just set my elbow right on a nerve. Wow, that burns. Ow, 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 ow. Ouch. Alright, let's do the second coat on this thing. I'm probably going to have to take a break at 2, about an hour. But I'll come back and finish these. I'll just splice the videos together. These are good. I thought these were going to be faster, but now that I'm thinking about it, these are kind of big, so they're simpler to paint. But we got some Pokemoning to do. Get out of the house, go for a walk. Oh yeah, in-laws are out for the week, back on Wednesday or something. So it's us and the cats, and we've been chilling. Quiet, peaceful. we've had mixed reactions from the cats. Pancake's routine is off, so he's throwing a shit fit sometimes. The others are all much more relaxed. Dr. Wife did her parents' like bedroom bedding, changed it out, and the cats, it's the forbidden room. So as soon as the new bedding gets on, the cats all pounce all over it, and Muffin's just rolling around. He's doing that, not the scooting with his ass that he normally does, but like that thing where cats like laying on their side and they just start like pushing themselves and sliding around. He's doing that all over the bed. Like goober. His routine is disrupted. He's got to freak out about it. That's what he does. He's too smart. Pancakes. He's too smart. He gets bored and then it becomes trouble. But he figures out his toys and tasks and puzzles we give him too quickly. Hello, Spambot. I'm pretty sure 100 of my followers are bots. I had one day, it just started dinging and going off, one after another. But nobody was like, I only had a couple people in chat. So I got like 2 legitimate followers that day, and then 100 that were just ding, ding, ding. But it helped me get affiliate, so I'm not gonna complain. But I didn't pay for it, so I don't know how that happened. That side. I'm gonna burn to this XD88. To adjust my legs. And back. My VTube studio just disconnected. What are you doing? Oh no, all my shit's disconnecting. Alright, we're back. I don't know what the hell that was. Not sure what caused that. Oh, I do know what caused it. I adjusted the camera position slightly and it disconnected the cable. Not majorly, just enough to throw everything into chaos. Oh. Yeah, I can feel it wiggle. Alright, let's get... I did forget this side here. That. There it is. Did I do the inside of this one? Oh, I didn't. I missed this whole piece. So these things have been kind of useful. I believe they hit on a 3 up, 4 up. Yeah, I don't know what those things cost now. Probably a lot. They're probably, yeah, 100. Why sold that? Kidding. That thing was so great. I'm kidding. I wouldn't sell that thing. That thing was awesome. Want to play Pokemon on the big screen? You can. This is before any of the larger games existed, so... Actually, it's only been the Switch. You can really play it on the big screen. Remember you could do that thing where you could, like, hold... If you put one of the old ones to a Game Boy Color... I don't know how much color programming was in those games. It wasn't much. Because red, blue, and yellow... Wait, did yellow have color? I think yellow had color. The others were not made when the Game Boy Color came out, so they didn't have any color programming into them. But you could, if you put them into a Game Boy Color, you could like hold something as it started up, and you could change the way the colors worked. Like I think if you were in, if you had red or blue in a Game Boy Color, you would appear, you and other movable things and other NPCs would be red, and everything else would be blue. And it wasn't like, oh, that's how it was programmed. It was just like the default system for the color, Game Boy Color. Basically just like, oh yeah, there's things that move red, things that don't move blue. So if you put them into some way you could do it. They'd be like, maybe there was like a pastel color palette. There's also like an inverted color palette, which I like to use sometimes. It was neat, it was different, it was cool. We were 9. Play Pokemon, but instead of black and white, it's white and black. Wow. I don't remember how to do that though. I think you had to like, I think you had to hold B in a direction as it turned on. But I can't remember if you could do it with red and blue that well, or if it was just yellow you could do that, where things were actually... Because yellow was colored. Yellow was made for the Game Boy Color. You could go into both. Oh, and I had the TCG card game. Oh, it was a pain in the ass for Crystal Chronicles, which was a shame because like that game is so good with multiplayer. That's why I like the Switch version a lot, because you had to get like everyone had to have that attachment in order to play multiplayer, and it was such a pain in the ass. So you couldn't just be like, oh, everybody gets a GameCube controller. No, they all had to. The only way to do it was with the Game Boy Advance attachments, which was used in so few games, or was always optional, so nobody had it. Hey, you gonna play this really great co-op Final Fantasy game? Sure. Do you have this weird attachment? No. Well, then we're not playing it. Yeah, I think it was kind of strange that they chose to do it like that. I don't know if they thought it was going to be. Oh, there's another bit of flash. Because you know what, timing wise for Crystal Chronicles, I don't know what other I don't know what other uh non-mainline Final Fantasies existed at the time. So I wonder if maybe they thought it was going to be a bigger push, given that that Final Fantasy VII onwards had gone PlayStation exclusive at the time. So I don't know if it was like, hey, Nintendo's finally getting a Final Fantasy after like a few decades. Not that long, but you know what I mean. After at least a decade, probably. So come on, grab this weird accessory and you can play it with your friends. And then nobody did because it was a fun game, but it wasn't like a long storyline. Like, while I love the game, it doesn't really compare to other. It's so different from other Final Fantasies. Yeah, I think pieces of new equipment like that are probably best used to boost a game rather than be a core mechanic. Because if you had to be like, oh, I want to buy this game, but I also have to buy these accessories just to play it, you're going to be less likely to play it. Harkens back to the Xbox One reveal that they said they were going to need you were going to need a Kinect all the time. I just love that guy in the background that they announced the price that just stood up and go, fuck you. It's like, awesome, good. Tell him. Shut this brush. This brush is getting pretty roughed up. That's okay. That's the purpose of it. All right. I think now I just have the arm and counterweight to do the second layer on. Ooh, another piece of flash just flew off, but I don't think that was connected. I think that fell off from somewhere else. You know what? I think the Japanese game market, though, it does lend itself more to weird attachments at the time. Like Pokemon Crystal, the Celebi event. The Japanese Game Boys had like cell phone accessories. I didn't say much. I waited till I saw the ad finish. Like the weird accessories like that, I think are just more at the time more popular because like it took a couple of years to get stuff over from Japan at the time. Like I think Pokemon landed in '98 in the U.S., but I think it was out in '95 in Japan. Now we get everything like simulcast and same day releases. Like the biggest delay is just time zone. It's like, oh, the Japanese players have been on for 12 hours longer than we have. See my brush up a bit. Yeah, it's soaking through a little. It's okay. I don't care. Because the Crystal version had a cell phone mobile carrier kind of attachment thing programming it, and that's how you could get the Celebi event was through like a cell phone cellular code distribution event. And they just never, we just didn't have that here in the US. So on a US copy, you just couldn't get Celly. It was not part of the thing. So on the digital copy, you can, though, because they programmed the event to just occur. I don't know if you had to beat the... I did it. I don't remember what I had to do. I don't remember if I had to beat just the first Elite Four and then do it, or if I had to beat both leagues. And beat the Elite Four a second time and fight Red, and then Elm would give me... I don't think I fought Red. I don't know. I got it on my DS. I can go check. I'm not going to. I don't feel like it. But I could. Alright. Let's finish off this counterweight. I don't know what I'm going to do for securing these things. I don't know if I'm going to put them on a base or not. If I get a base, I got to make them like Gondorian wall themed. Quick, Shambles. Tolkien trivia question. The White City of Osgiliath. Or not Osgiliath. Minas Tirith. What color are its outer walls? Book version. Black. They are made out of the same stone as Orthanc. They're white in the movies, but they're impenetrable black stone in the books. That's why I like... You know that scene in the gate where the gate in the movie where the gate falls and all those trolls push through? They bring out Grond. That's why it's kind of a big deal, because the walls themselves are actually completely impenetrable. Like, they cannot break them at all. That's also why Saruman's like holed up in Isengard and the Ents can't get to him. Like, they can break all kinds of stuff, but this unbreakable black stone is just impossible to break. It's like a... kind of like obsidian, but not. You know what? A lot of fantasy series make a big deal out of obsidian. They call it Dragonglass in Game of Thrones. It's the only thing that can kill the White Walkers. But, like, obsidian is kind of nuts. Breaks down on, like, an atomic molecular level, and it's super crazy sharp. Alright, that's the wood on that one done. It only took hour and 12. Alright, let's get going on this one. I think just to keep better track of how I'm painting these, I'll do like each board at a time. Instead of like a side and then rotate the angle and do everything else, I'll just focus on each board. See, this one's resin. It's a lot more flexible and wiggly. Which on one hand means there's less weight pushed on everything. It's much lighter. On the other hand, stuff's more breakable. It is very breakable. There's a reason they call it failcast. Yeah, this isn't like 3D printer resin will get more brittle over time. And if you like drop a large model, it shatters like glass. If it's an old one. This resin, however, is more like an injectable plastic, but it's a really shitty injectable plastic. And like the metal, basically what they did is they replaced a lot of the pewter models. Like this is pewter, this is the resin. They just used the same resin molds and just injected the resin into the metal molds. And pieces that could be bent back into shape in the metal ones can't be with the resin unless you like heat them up and boil them and smush them a bit, but it's very difficult. It doesn't always work. So I have a handful of models where it's like, oh, these guys have straight spears and these guys have wobbly spears. Yeah, I never actually read Lord of the Rings like in a proper order. I have read it all, just never start to finish like a normal reader would. I don't know why. Because, like, the first time I tried to read it, I was like 11. And the Council of Elrond is boring as hell to an 11-year-old to read. So I never finished it. And then I tried again, and I'd get distracted and forget where in the chapter I was, because it's a long, talky chapter. I like never finished it. So then later I read the Return of the King, and then I read The Two Towers, and then I read Fellowship. And on my current start to finish read through, I've been finishing chapters. Like I will not stop a chapter until I finish it. That's why I have a bookmark, because I don't remember where I left off. I think it's I just read the chapter with Gollum, where Frodo and Sam are catch him and are walking with him. But they changed the order of events around a little bit for the movies, just because like they kind of make better they make better cinematic storyline. Boromir dies in the Two Towers, not in Fellowship of the Ring. Same scene, it's just like Fellowship of the Ring ends when Frodo slips away. And it's like, okay, what if you just keep going with that scene a little bit more, kind of wrap up that location. You get Boromir's death as like a final part to the movie. Aragorn has to choose whether or not he's going to go with Frodo or go try and save Merry and Pippin. Yeah, there's a few minor changes. One of the Peter Jackson versus Rings of Power arguments, people will be like, well, Jackson changed things. It's like, yeah, but he changed like minor stuff. He didn't like completely change the order of events. He rearranged a little to fit better into the movie. I think Shelob is at the end of Two Towers. So like that would have been a cliffhanger to just leave like, oh, did Frodo fucking die? But cinematically, it ends a little better if you've got like Gollum sitting there like, yeah, we'll take them to her. And then the audience is like, what is he talking about? Instead of just being like, did Frodo die at the end? Goodbye. See you in a year. There's a few changes people don't like. They don't like how they changed Faramir. They give in the movies they give Faramir a little like temptation to the ring where he's just like, maybe I better not though. It got my brother. So let me push through it and we'll get him out. But he doesn't do that in the books. In the books he's just like, no, fuck that thing. Keep going. I'm not touching it. That's also why some of the quote unquote cliffhangers, and I only ever watched the first season of Rings of Power, and I didn't feel good as I finished it. I felt drained. Butter scraped over too much bread. They have like a cliffhanger. The volcano erupts, and oh, did Isildur die? It's like, no, he didn't. He's Isildur. We know he didn't die. There's no tension knowing that the guy who cuts the ring from Sauron was in a volcano. Did he die? No, we don't. We know he didn't. But like leaving the two towers with Frodo stung and probably because also story wise, like they don't have Sam and Frodo don't have much to do after that point. So their whole third movie act would have been like, oh, Sam got him out, and now they got to go walk and get to the volcano that's right there. So I think that's another good timeline shift. And the way the books are written, they're actually 6 books. The publisher wanted to split them into 3. Tolkien had them split into 6. So I'm trying to remember. I think you have an entire like one of the books is entirely Sam and Frodo. I don't remember. That's why I'm reading them now in the proper order. Yeah, that's one of the things I think that like initially people didn't really grasp with the Star Wars prequels. Like, oh, it's just all politics and trade negotiation. This is boring. It's like, well, yeah, you can't have a mega super weapon if the movies that are supposed to take place after this whole big thing is a big mega super weapon. You can't have anything eclipse the Death Star because then in the original trilogy, the Death Star is going to be like, oh, well, why do they give a shit if 30 years earlier they had, the Super Destroyer, the Ultra Death Star. So it's like, yeah, you can't play into like prequels and stuff with things that are gonna negate or trivialize things in the stuff that their prequels do. Yeah, because I think in some of the Star Wars extended universe, there's like there's massive, much larger super weapons than the Death Star, but they're also like 4,000 years previously. It would kind of be like, I guess if you had like a post-apocalyptic story where time had gone on long enough that everything had recovered. It's like, oh yeah, we created some kind of super weapon thousands of years ago, and then this new civilization reinvents nukes. You'd be like, oh, they're about to make the same mistake. So I think it's like, yeah, you can't overshadow the Death Star in the prequels, so you got to make it about like the setup of the war. And the setups to war are often kind of dull and boring, so people were upset. It was about trade negotiations and deals and not like super space battles. So then they have to have like a space battle, so you gotta have like the CIS, the droid army, and a reason to set up the Empire. And so when it comes to like anything prequel, you got to be careful you don't overshadow the original to the point where the events of the original seem trivial. And then if you do too similar to the originals in the sequels, you just kind of come off as lazy. And I think that's what happened with the Star Wars sequels, is that Force Awakens was basically kind of just a New Hope again, with a Death Star Plus. So we called it Starkiller Base. Oh, after Starkiller, yeah, that's cool. But it's just larger Death Star. And then like actually, you know what? I kind of like the pod racing because there's a lot of stuff in like I think one thing that a lot of sci-fi media leaves out is stuff that just makes it seem like a world where people live in and do everyday people things. So it's like, okay, it's just like space NASCAR. People do that. People watch races. Otherwise, it's just like, oh, everybody's wearing like this kind of odd sci-fi clothing and they do nothing. Like when you play have Knights of the Old Republic, and when you go into like people's houses, it's like, here's their chair, here's their space storage pod. It's like, oh, this is where you live. You live in just this one little one room thing. This is the rich apartments, so the walls aren't stained with stuff. But that's this is your day. You come home when you sit in your square, and so I'm a big fan of anything that just seems to like humanize stuff. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, the rest of them are terrible, but as a start to a sequel trilogy, like Force Away or New Hope with a different coat of paint wasn't really it. Um, so like the little lived in details, I think really help make um, sci-fi and fantasy worlds stand out. Where do you live? I live in my hut. Oh, what do you do? I sit. So when you're not farming, you're sitting. Yep. And I go like console and game programming limitations are a thing, but like that's with games. If it's like a movie, Anakin does, yeah, Anakin's a slave and he lives, works at this junk shop doing child slave labor things. But he also has friends. See him hanging out. He had a little free time. Him and his friends mess with engines and things like that. I like finding details in Skyrim that are just like, oh, look, this lady's got a potion of stamina, a copy of the Lusty Argonian Maid, and a large Horker tusk hidden under her bed. I know what she gets up to in her free time. I like details like that are hilarious. Yeah, she has a unique statue of Debella, and I steal it every time. Yeah, small details. Like that's why I like Skyrim. Even just vanilla Skyrim. Um, there's things like, oh, if you listen to the Jarl's kids, you find out like one of them I think is his bastard kid. So the other siblings don't like him that much. And it's like, oh, I never would have noticed that if I hadn't been just poking around when I overheard some side talk. It's like, oh yeah, that's why that kid's angsty and grumpy, and that's why he's got that the Daedric Prince whispering in his ear. That's how you get the Ebony Blade. Oh, the Jarl's son's kind of a shithead. Go talk to him about it. Hey kid, what's up? I'm full of hate. Oh, okay. Why? My family dislikes me because of the circumstances of my birth. Oh. That sucks. The creepy voice that whispers behind me from the door lets me know it's okay. So, oh, okay, see, that's not normal. Now you've caught my attention, kid. I think that's one of the things that makes Middle-earth seem way more detailed and lived in, is that when you've got a whole town full of these little chubby dudes that love eating and they spend all their time talking about food, it's like, yeah, okay, I get it. You guys like your buttered mushrooms. Please start the quest. Please start. Please go. Leave Farmer Maggot's house. Please go. Oh yeah, speaking of. Oops, I ran over a charger. I got the Shire set. Camera's not positioned to show it off right now, but... And I got the Smeagol Deagle gift of purchase. Lego's made a few movie scenes where, like, oh, hey, remember the scene where somebody kills the other one? Where someone dies a horrible death? They got a few of those now. I've got the Dennis Nedry one. It even comes with a face where it's, splattered with the venom. It's worse than the books. You know what? That's another one you should read, is Jurassic Park. That one's fairly different tone. It's definitely more of a horror book than, like, sci-fi. You know what? That's another series I think that's kind of suffered from sequel issues. Jurassic Park 3, a lot of people didn't like it. But I think Jurassic Park 3 is just a monster chase movie. It's not really like... It's not like a slow build kind of horror. You're pretty much thrown right into it, and then, hey, here's the big dinosaur, run. Versus, like, here's the park, here's stuff that's going on, oops, nothing's happening, everything's kind of interesting and going well. Like, I don't even know how far into the original Jurassic Park, timeline-wise, does it get before shit hits the fan? I mean, you know, besides the initial Velociraptor paddock scene that it opens with, it's kind of setting the mood for, hey, this rich guy is playing with stuff he doesn't know how to handle, but he keeps just throwing money at it, thinking it'll fix it. But he's not throwing money in the right spots, and he's ignoring every caution from experts. Hi, hon.
Third of the way through the last one.
Nice. Because what sets the park down is that he's not paying Nedry enough. Spared no expense, except on my security tech guy, who in a park full of dinosaurs that can and have eaten people, you should really pay a lot. You know, his game warden guy is like, yeah, these ones are real dangerous. We should not have these at all. They're like, no, no, the velociraptors are popular. They should all be destroyed. But in the books, he's less Dr. Hammond is less kindly misguided grandpa and more just shrewd, shitty, evil businessman. He dies in the books. Oh, when does... Oh, shit, what's the new one? Rebirth? When does that come out? Is that out already? I don't keep up with stuff. I should, but I don't. But I guess the so you know, like the river raft ride at Orlando, those are from the books. Or inspired by the books. Um, Dr. Grant kills some velociraptors with a rocket launcher. Maybe Muldoon does that. Dr. Grant kills them with poisoned eggs. I'm gonna see it. I'm hopeful that it's more in line with the original or book than it is with just quick cheap ideas. Oh, so yeah, that's another one where like I just said, sequels. We're like Fallen Kingdom, like Jurassic World, the big monster is just, oh, we made a raptor hybrid and it's really smart and troublesome. And like that's just the plot of Fallen Kingdom was, oh no, our super smart raptor hybrid is super smart and violent. Like you just changed the setting from a whole park to like a single mansion estate. I saw someone point out the problem with those laser guided raptors are like, oh, you take a gun and you point it at somebody and it puts like a little laser marker on them and then the velociraptors hunt them down. And it's just like, uh, why don't you just use a gun? If you have to point the gun at somebody and pull the trigger to trigger the laser that guides the raptors, why don't you just use a gun? You know what's more effective than a pack of raptors? A bullet. Oh, but it looks neat. It does look neat. It's horribly impractical for murder. If you want to murder people with dinosaurs, you lure them to where the dinosaurs are, and then the dinosaurs eat them and destroy the evidence. You don't use weird, bizarre, laser-guided raptor contraptions. Because then everyone goes, oh, why do you have a pack of laser-guided raptors trained on your property? Actually, you know what? I've only once had a cat attack somebody that I pointed a laser pointer on, or even another cat. It's like they can see it's on somebody, and then they stop. And I think the only one who's done it is Muffin, and it's because he's dumb. So not even cats will attack someone with a laser pointer shining on them. Not often. Oh, there goes my lamp. Alright, it seems like the problem might be somewhere in the arm of the lamp. Smack the bulb, nothing. I smack the arm, it turns back on. Almost done with this thing's first coat. I'll probably finish this first coat, and then I'll go on break for a while. I'll be back. I want to finish these today. Malcolm dies in the books, but then he was a popular character, so Michael Crichton had to retcon him alive. And you get the compy scenes where they're eating babies on the mainland in the books. The that opening scene with the guy getting pulled into the pen, in the books you actually see like the aftermath, or like the clinic treating the guy after his injuries. It's the actual attack. And it's told from like it's told from more like a physician's perspective, where they're like, what the hell happened to this guy? The only word they can get out of the guy before he dies is Lossoraptor. Good read. And I got like those newer like Barnes Noble faux leather bound books. Because the old one I had was actually one of Dan's copies. I like took off his bookshelf as a kid. I think I may have read Jurassic Park way too young. Alright. I hope I don't snap off this stupid wheel. Big dumb hand crank. See, this is where like the resin gets, like the metal can bend and that might snap the super glue. In this case, the super glue is going to hold and the resin's going to break. Da, 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 da. Yeah, part of these handles are like bent and twisted, and it's just because it's the Valcast resin. I was able to straighten these ones out because they're metal. Alright, did I get all of this thing with a single base coat? Here and there. Any gaps, any nooks and crannies I missed? A few spots I can use a little more. Alright, I'm gonna let this dry a little better. I think I'm going to take a quick break. And by quick, I mean several hours, and I'll come back this evening and finish it. This brush really, there's a lot of paint up in there where it's not supposed to be. Oh, I have a glass of wine over here from last night. What's that? That's the acetone. That I don't want to dip the brush in that. That'll plastic brush. It'll melt. It'll absolutely destroy this brush. Oh yeah, Dr. Wife's been making pens. And oh, where is it? What's up here? Gonna be a little Fellowship silhouette pen. I have to add it to my bin of gaming materials for any of the gaming. So I just have a regular pen in there, so I got a Lord of the Ring one. Oh, and I also, it's too light to show it now. I'll show it off in the second half of this. I upgraded my wedding ring. So now instead of a little lava looking ring, it's like a coppery gold with the Tengwar script that glows in it. But it glows and you can't really see it right now because it's light out. And if I turn off the lights, yeah, it's still visually fine. My only gripe with it is that they used green glow instead of an orange glow like the other ring. An orange glow would look so much sicker. There's a lot of paint in this poor brush. This poor brush, what have I done to you? Alright, it's probably good enough for now. Alright. Taking a break. Back in a few hours. Me move, these are kind of heavy. I probably won't glue these pieces back on until I get the other base stuff done, but that's for later. Alright. I have lost my mouse pad and mouse. Here it is. Alright. I will be back in a few hours. I will see you soon. Hope to see you then. See you. Alright. We're back. We're all set for running around today. Alright. Ran around. Played some Pokemon with Dr. Wife. You can see the shadows on the trebuchet are much stronger now that I don't have like good ambient light. The heck is going on? There we go. I don't know. Let's get back to painting these things. Oh yeah, I did have my wine I forgot about yesterday from last night. And I left the bottle here, so I can just top this off. Finish the bottle. Alright. So, I still have to do a coat on the resin one. A little heavy. Alright, we're gonna hop just straight back into it. Paint's still wet. Oh, much is still left on there. It did settle a little bit, but Yeah, everything's good. All right. You can drink warm wine. You can drink warm beer. Good beers don't need to be refrigerated to taste good still. You think some medieval peasant was sitting there with their refrigerator, cracking open a cold one after a long day of working the Lord's fields? No, they drank horrible garbage beer. Paint stuck in the bottom. Cheap, awful beer requires refrigeration because they're terrible. They taste awful, and the being cold uh makes them harder to taste. So your taste buds are less receptive to really cold things. Think about like just taking a big bite of ice, like without the brain freeze. If you were to take like a huge bite of ice cream and it was really cold and frozen, you wouldn't really taste it. But if you let it sit and warm up in your mouth a bit, that's when you can taste the cream and all that stuff. Burp. Excuse me. It did lose its carbonation though. It was a little carbonated. Not like a, champagne or sparkling wine. Little fizzy. Get straight into the second coat on here. So here's I don't know if it's the counterweight. I don't know if you'd call it a counterweight or just the weight. I guess it'd be the counterweight to the... Well, it doesn't need a counterweight. It needs a weight. It's probably filled with stones or something. I don't know the names for the parts of these machines. I just know that whenever my opponents use them, they destroy me. Whenever I use them, I can't hit shit. I hit my opponent with one of them. Then I had to roll a wound. Strength 10, which is the strongest strength you can get. I was like, oh yeah. Unfortunately, the wounding chart like maxes out, bottoms out at 3. I rolled Snake Eyes, and I was like, I don't have enough might points to even up the roll to even wound any one of your guys. And so they all were just fucking fine. That's a great. So you managed to hit the elephant. Good. And you did no damage to it. I'll have to get my elephant painted up. Unless I'm accidentally hitting one of my own guys, and then it's a kill. It is a savage, brutal kill that demolishes them. I was playing Isengard in the... This is in the older edition. Well, I wouldn't say older. There's a lot of older editions. This was in the edition prior to the current version. Last edition. And... Let's get in there. Hold on 1 second. Let me smush this a bit. Oh, wow. That spot's completely black. I never even got that with the first coat. Oops. Hi, hon. Say hello to chat.
No.
She says hi. But so I was playing Isengard with the last edition, and at a tournament, I fired one of my ballistas. So you can put Grima Wormtongue into... That's okay, I got distracted. You can put Grima Wormtongue into your enemy's warband, and you can... He works a little better, the older edition. Current one, he's all right. He's not great. It's more like you might be able to get like a couple quick uses out of him before he gets killed. And depending on the scenario, like that might be fantastic. I think I use him to disable my opponent's war machine in one fight. Like just turn one, your trebuchet is done. Oh, you can immediately kill him. Great. He cost me 25 points. The trebuchet cost you 100. I'm ahead 75 points on this now. But I had my Uruk-hai ballistas, and I shot, and my shot, the way it rolled, it missed all the orcs and hit just Grima, and just obliterated them. Dead, done, gone. I was like, fuck, turn one. Great. Any enemy heroes that are too close to him have to spend like twice the amount of might points. So he's like a great sink. He just sucks away their efficiency. So you got a hero with 3 might. Suddenly now he's effectively only got 1 might. Because you can't use that. It's going to cost him 2 to use one thing. And he doesn't have extra might to do that second one now. So he's got to get away before he can do anything else. I don't think he does that in the new one quite the same, but I only used him. I only used him a little bit. I had mixed results. Maybe I should paint the elephant. I got 2 of them. I could be that player. I could be the pain in the ass player who shows up with a freaking elephant at every tournament. And then a higher point tournament shows up with 2 elephants and just stomps on everything. I could do it. Don't tempt me, I'll fucking do it. Dun, 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 dun. Sometimes, I guess a lot of the... So I've never been good at keeping up with, like, my interests. Like, in terms of a latest news kind of updatey thing. Never been able to follow it. Anything. So I tend to miss out on a lot of the news about the game or a lot of the meta. So some people are saying a lot of the armies got nerfed, or some heroes got nerfed and others got like a decent boost. But I never paid attention to any of that. I've seen people run really meta lists and just like dominate tournaments. Like, oh yeah, of course they're running that one. It's good. Then other people in that same tournament will be like, I just play this one because it's fun. I just play Isengard because they look cool. Get a whole board full of the Uruks with the pikes. It's great. Plus, they're not difficult to paint. But the recent, I mentioned earlier, they removed a lot of models from the viable list, and they changed the way you build armies too. So you used to get an army bonus. Your whole army would get this special rule if they were all from the same army. And there were a few special lists Like certain models couldn't be included with other ones. Hi, hon. Oh my god, it's pancakes. Hey, buddy. Um, like you couldn't take. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my. Can't believe you saw that.
I know.
Can't believe he whipped it out. It's Dr. Wife opening a beer behind me.
What?
Opening a beer behind me.
Do you like some? It is great. Oh.
Did you grab the wrong flavor?
Yeah.
Did you grab grapefruit instead of grape?
No, I was gonna get the strawberry peach or something like that.
I'll give him a smack.
I mean, you can have some, but oh, it's just not as good.
I'll let Pancakes know you think he should be slapped. Hun, Shambles says that Pancakes needs a slap.
Ooh.
He's into that, I know. He's a kinky boy.
Gas crank. Where's your nose?
I slap Muffin on the ass. He loves it. He's like, bah, 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 starts sticking his ass up in the air. I can't figure out anything else he enjoys, but aside from food and getting his ass slapped. I'm not even sure he likes playing. Start to scream at me and shake on the ground and wiggle. I'm like, what do you want, buddy? He's like, me, 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 me. I was like, what do you want? Me. What do you want? And I go to reach for him and he like hisses at me and runs away. So I thought you wanted this, you goober. Anyways, so like certain models couldn't be included in the same lists, even though they're the same army. So like you couldn't include Sauron with any model named orcs because like, yeah, Sauron's up in his tower in a weakened state. He's not out here fighting with Gothmog. Gilgalad is like really strong. You can't include him with Arwen because I don't know when Arwen was born. I don't know how old Arwen is off the top of my head. I don't know when Elrond and Celebrian met. First age, second age, I don't know. Well, probably at least second age. Because, like, Elrond wasn't born yet, I don't think, at the end of the first age. No, he was. Because him and his brother had to be left somewhere. Probably London. While his dad went off to go become a star. My father left us to go become a star. Oh, like an actor? No, the literal North Star. Yeah, North Star's Elrond's dad and mom up on a flying boat carrying a Silmaril. First age Tolkien lore. First age is not the first age, by the way. Shit. Okay, that's the side I already did. Okay. It's just the first age of the sun and moon. And it ends when they defeat Sauron's boss, Morgoth. He gets kicked out of reality. The first age is only 600 years. The next two are like 3,300 years. But so the The gods are kind of taking the Valar are kind of taking a hands-off approach to Middle Earth for a bit. And then Morgoth shows back up over there, starts messing stuff up. Like a desperate last attempt. Elrond's parents. Was his father human? Is that mom an elf? I don't remember. Take the Silmaril and go back to the Undying Lands with it and convince the Valar to help him. And they're not supposed to go back there, but they do, and the god's like, okay, fine. You did a pretty good job here, buddy. You and your wife can get to be immortal. Your kids can choose whether they want to be elves or human. Just your kids. Then the gods show up and they end up fucking destroying a continent. They're kind of like, yeah, this is why we didn't really want to interfere too much. Sorry about all the hundreds of thousands that died. Our bad. Happens. What can you do? It happens. Like a human trying to help an anthill and blasting it with a garden hose to scare away like an anteater. And then look at the anthill and it's just obliterated by the hose. Like, oops. Sorry, little bugs. That's why they send the wizards later. Because they're like, oops, if we use our power, we'll probably destroy another continent again. So we're going to send these little wise dudes. They're going to have to, like, help the people of Middle-earth be able to resist evil shit. Gandalf shows up in the year 1000 of the Third Age. Him, Saruman, and Radagast step off the boat together. And Círdan, the shipwright, hands. It's like, oh, this one. The gray one. Let me give him a ring of power. Hi, I was supposed to be watching over this, but I'm gonna give it to you instead. Saruman's just like, yo, man, what the fuck? Why didn't I get the ring of power? I'm their leader. And that sets Saruman on his little thing. His path to eventual betrayal. What did that just do? That just shifted. I didn't like that. That shifted. This thing, but on the other side. Anyways. So the rings of power are the 16 plus the 3. But there's other, like, magic rings that exist in Middle-earth. They're just never really touched upon. Beyond Gandalf being like, oh yeah, there's some magic rings out there, Bilbo. Be careful with the one you found. That's why people are kind of... Sometimes people ask, like, well, why... You're sent there to look for, you know, traces of this evil guy, and you don't realize your little friend found a magic ring? I think it's kind of glossed over, but there are just other regular magical rings and items and shit. I mean, one of the trolls in The Hobbit had a talking wallet, so... Gandalf just doesn't quite realize it's the ring. But Saruman goes looking for him. He heads out into the Far East and learns to make his own rings. They're not rings of power rings, but they're still magical rings. They call him Saruman Ringmaker. Because he does make his own. Yep, it sings. It makes a noise when it realizes that it's Bilbo and not the troll grabbing it. I think one of the complaints people had about the Hobbit movies, like, oh, it's too goofy, it's not as serious. It's like, yeah, it's also a kid's book. The vibe of the Hobbit is very different than Lord of the Rings. It's got some serious moments. It's also got a lot of like goofy ones. Oh, the barrel scenes is like a goofy. It's too cartoony. It's a kid's book. Bunch of dwarves with names like Biffer, Boffer, Bomber. Like kids book. Good kids book. But the tone between books is very different. Yeah, that I'd agree with. But another thing with Tolkien doesn't really go. It doesn't often go too close detailed with his war scenes because he was a real soldier in World War I. So like, oh, war's fucking horrible. I've been there. He doesn't really need to touch upon it too much more than that. Um, from a movie watching standpoint, again, there's definitely scenes that are like in the book. Bilbo describes a little of the battle, but he gets knocked out and misses the rest of it at the end. And it's just sort of like, oh, okay, well, from a movie, you'd feel really cheated. I think if you went to go see it, and it was just like, oh yeah, the guy, yeah, he missed the battle. Oh no, the battle was epic and sprawling, and it's gonna live on in history. It was the Battle of Five Armies. But the main guy, yeah, he slept, got knocked out, and missed most of it. You'd probably be a little pissed you paid for a ticket. Getting in and around these wooden beams. This brush always looks so horrible until I wash it again, and then it looks okay. Like these bristles are still getting bent and squashed. It looks so terrible now. It's just like these little, it's like beads of paint wind up on the ends of the bristles. Really kind of squish it. Form little droplets and weigh it down. Kind of in between all these little beams. I already got the inside. Look at the sides. Looks like there's spots I missed. But the only recourse I really have is just kind of shove the bristles in there.
Oh my god. This man has stopped. Yeah, you just tossed a bunch in my socks.
Yeah, any kind of review stuff will always give you like a really skewed opinion on it. Sometimes like if it's something that I'd never bother to see, I'll watch a review on it. Cats, for example. Like I don't give a shit about Cats the musical. Did I watch a 3-hour breakdown of why it sucked? Yes. It's really interesting, like learning like the reasons why a studio fucked it up. Like I don't want to go see Cats on Broadway. I don't care. But having them be like, okay, yeah, so the whole thing where she's begging to be touched, any kind of contact in the play, none of the other cats touch her. It's very important that they don't, because when they do finally accept her and touch her at the end, it's a big deal. And then like in the movie, she's singing about how there's no contact and they're like taking her hand and moving her around and dancing with her on the stage. It's like, oh, you didn't. I guess you didn't pay attention to that part. Skimble Shanks is a ginger cat. He's not orange. Like, yeah, it's sometimes the adaptation is there can just be some like big flaw with it. I didn't realize there was another Hellboy movie out. But the previous Hellboy movie, the David Harbour one, was like more comic accurate, but rushed. Really, really rushed. They covered like almost the entire length of the main Hellboy storyline. Like the Guillermo del Toro ones are very different, but they're different in like such an interesting way. The Del Toro ones are like, yeah, you get a guy who's really struggling with his destiny about the fact that he's supposed to destroy the world, and all these supernatural powers are always trying to force him into this role as the destroyer of Earth. He doesn't want that because he likes Earth, but he also likes some other folklore mystical stuff. Like the second one's got the elves and the hidden world. Um, which you get stuff like that in the comics, but the attitude's a little different. And then the newer version, like it's more the storyline, but just rushes through it so fast. But they also marketed heavily that Johnny Depp was going to be in it, and then he was like there for one song at the end.
That was my favorite part about the movie. Where's Johnny Depp? Oh.
Alright, that's all the wood. Now let's get... Where's other garbage brush? There's other garbage brush. Okay. I'm gonna do the rock next because I gotta dry brush the rock. I will hit you with a shovel the next time I see you. I'm gonna dry because I have to dry brush the rock a little bit. So I'm gonna do that before I do some of the other stuff because I don't want to have to retouch again. I don't want to base coat everything and then dry brush over it and have to redo the base coat. You know what I mean?
one more map tonight.
Dr. Wipe is busy making maps. Not fun maps. Work maps. Not fun, imaginative fantasy world maps. Traffic maps with routes and statistical analyses on the traffic and data like that maps. Damn, just trying to get the brushes in some of these angles. We've been seeing some of the stuff about the Minecraft movie, and it's kind of insane. Because from what it sounds like, is that it's actually doing really great. Like, a lot of people were like, everybody was shitting on it when the previews came out. But then the people who are like actually in the theaters are like, oh, the energy in the theater is in fucking insane, and people are losing their minds, and it's great. And from what I've heard, the only like complaint about the movie that actually has any like, oh, people saw it and complain about this was like that it was formulaic. Yeah, but you don't even play Minecraft, so like it doesn't matter. Like I refuse to watch the Borderlands movie. Maybe I'll get really drunk and watch the Borderlands movie. Because that just looked like seemed like they just fucked up so much. But I also actually played and really loved Borderlands. You're just being a hipster. I don't know what CA Brave New World is. CA Brave New World. What's CA Brave New World? Captain America. Yeah, well, I haven't. Let's see. I got Iron Man 1 and 2. Captain America. Doctor Strange. I think that's the only Marvel movies I've seen. I don't know if I guess the it's I really fucked up the brush. I don't know if the Raimi Spider-Man movies count. I guess they do with some of the extended universe crossover stuff, but otherwise, I don't know. I was never into superheroes. I switched this brush pretty bad. This brush has already been overworked and cut and sliced and trimmed so much. Like this used to be a wide tip. You can see it's clearly pointed. It used to be a flat wedge. Okay. This is going to be another cap I have to do some surgery on. Quick minute while the rock dries on here. Let's watch me stab myself in the thumb again. I was kind of hoping that Doctor Strange was going to be more like... Because like the Lego set has like a big old hole with like tentacles coming out of the wall. I was hoping it was going to be a little more like Eldritch horror-y. But it wasn't really. I was hoping it was going to be more like the Doctor Strange knockoff from Venture Brothers. Not knockoff, but parody. Nah, I'm not watching Guardians. Oh, man, this spike is going to get me right in the thumb. It's going to hurt like a bitch. Oh, there we go. That is a large chunk of paint that was keeping this pot from sealing. Oh, damn. Just because I already know like the general plot. Usually once I know it, I tend to not like. I'm not into the franchise, like in general. Once I know the plot of a movie, I'm like never gonna go see it. There we go. Now that fits nice and flush. What was another one? Oh, Breaking Bad. It's like that. Like I'm never gonna sit down and watch Breaking Bad. I've already heard the whole plot, and like I don't think it's a bad show at all. I know it's like a great show, but now that I know everything that happens in it and how it ends and everything, it's like eh. What's another one we've been meaning to watch and we haven't? I feel like we have so many. Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of dry brush on this one rock. The metal one I bought secondhand, so I was already missing some bits, including the rock. So I only have to do one. Little dot of Wilton Gray, wipe it on the tier a bit to just leave a little flip. Maybe I should wash it first. We should wash the rock first and then highlight it. For a while when I was bored at work, I was working on this big, ridiculous, goofy chart of all the different connected universes. Oh, I think I mentioned this to you before. And so I was just trying to find like different ways all these series were connected. And Dune in Star Wars was a big connector because of the spice drugs. No, I haven't seen many movies actually lately. We just watched the Indiana Jones movies. Didn't see the latest one. We forgot. Reminded me of Indiana Jones for the short round. Need more wine. That was something I never understood. The hate Crystal Skull got. Because there are people who were like, "Oh, it's got aliens in it." It's like, have you seen the other Indiana Jones movies? It's a lot of hate, but like, you're gonna be like, yeah, this is the one where they find the Ark of the Covenant and it melts a bunch of Nazis' faces off. Here's ones with magical stones, and here's another one where they literally find the Holy Grail, and it's like, but aliens is no. That's the no for you. You've got magic, you've got literal holy relics. I don't know how to tell you this. None of Indiana Jones is realistic. If Indiana Jones was realistic, God, that'd be so boring.
ChatGPT.
Can you imagine just like a 2-hour movie of just Harrison Ford in the desert, just walking to a site and digging around a little bit and pulling out a few shards of pottery and being like, oh, this is a huge find. We didn't know they made pottery at this stage here. People will be like, oh, this movie's terrible. Alright, I'm going to paint... I'm going to treat like canvas. I don't think they'd have a leather thing that big. I imagine they'd probably weave a heavy textile thing. With the rock drivers on the thing holding the rock they're going to launch. I don't know what it's called. Payload. Let's flat brush out. Like realistic Indiana Jones would be exhausting to sit through. Like Indiana Jones, Dr. Henry Jones attends another lecture where they debate about the time frame of this artifact. Dr. Henry Jones goes to the lecture, gets drunk, calls the opposing author a jackass. Dr. Henry Jones's past with Marion, a student of his, gets exposed, fired from university. See, realistic Indiana Jones would not be fun. Is it Marion or Miriam? It's Marion, isn't it? This canvas sack on here. Yeah, that's right. It's like the student of his mentor, or daughter of his mentor. I like that I think it's so funny that they killed off Mutt Williams, Shia LaBeouf's character. They killed him off like, oh, he went to Vietnam or he died. It's like Joe on Family Guy, his son Kevin. Hey Joe, where's Kevin? Kevin died in Iraq. It's like, oh yeah, Mutt Williams wasn't a popular character. What are we gonna do? Kill him in Nam. Oops, I just bumped the metal one. Yeah, I can see why people paint the model in pieces instead of assembling it all at once. I get it. I've made a mistake probably here. I'm not allowed to watch movies. Because I'm incredibly lazy when it comes to watching movies. I'll try to, but No guarantees because I will forget. I gotta figure out how to get this brush. Deal. Give it a little moment to dry. Just did stick my finger in it though. A little bit of it on here. There we go. There's that canvasy color. After the canvas, I'll do the ropes. And I'm trying to pick out colors that I think will shade well. Get whoops. And kind of give a regular tone to it. Oh god, why? No, it's okay. We don't watch anything with them at all. Still a little tacky. Fair enough. I need more wine. And I need my Dr. Pepper. I need antacid, both of these. The wine was really acidic. They're giving me heartburn. Alright, that ought to be... yeah. Slightly tacky, but not wet. And if I can do large enough brush strokes, it might leave a bit of a brush texture in it, which might look kind of like fabric. So I kind of want it to look that way. Not really. It's not one of my kinks. Yet some people are into the whole body transformation sensations and stuff, but not me. Monster in the Woods is my kind of horror. If the real monster is society, I hate those movies. If the monster's just an asshole, crazy, then meh. But if you give me a monster in the woods, I'm like, yes, monsters. being hunted in the woods, that sounds terrifying. Sign me up to watch it. Will I be able to walk through the woods by myself anytime soon? No. I'll just get that feeling and sprint home. I've heard about the substance, but I don't think I have like any interest in watching it. Give me another ritual movie. I fucking love that one. Well, unless the body horror is like a side part of it, then it's okay. Just some weird shit that's part of the rest of the horror going on. That's fine. Black Mountainside was like almost perfect. Then I felt the ending was way too rushed. You had like an archaeological crew way up in way up in Canada. Finds a big old artifact. The entire Native American crew just leaves. At least they're not Native Americans. It's not America. They just like up and leave in the middle of the night. They just get the fuck out of there. Weird shit starts happening. There's some kind of weird dear god thing guy. Couple goofy moments though. Before there's quite an obelisk, and before it gets blown up to stop whatever weird cosmic shit's happening. The guy is encountering the forest spirit thing, dear god guy. Before it gets blown up, he goes, "All right, I have to go now." Like that's the weirdest line delivery for this scenario. It feels so strange. I have to go now. But the ending I felt was really rushed. It kind of builds to it's building to like Lovecraftian horror, and then one of the guys snaps and just shoots a bunch of people. It's like, oh, we've only gotten slight glimpses of the weird deer guy. Is he? Oh, and one of the guys is they got sick. One of the guys died. One of the guys is dying. The guy who already died, they're looking at like him under the microscope, and they're like, his cells are like grown chromatophores, like a squid. What's happening? So they could have given the movie like another hour. Said suddenly it was just like, boop, done. Shit. A lot of paint. There we go. There we go. That's another cap that's closable now. All right, let's make the rope. Put the safety cap. I'm just gonna set that to the side. I'm probably gonna need it for a lot of these colors. Yeah, sometimes the ending can like really ruin a movie. Just too abrupt or out of nowhere. Shit, do I need any other colors for this thing? Nah, just metal. See. Stop, iPad. What are you doing? So I'm going to use the light tan on this one. What is this one? Screaming Skull. We'll use Screaming Skull on this. I hope that after the Agrax wash, it will really darken it up enough that it looks more like rope instead of milk. Looks more like a woven hempen fiber than it does cream colored string. I'm just going to stop watching all movies altogether, and then I can never be disappointed in the movie ending. Oh, did it live up to your expectations? Oh, no, I never saw it. It doesn't matter. Could never be disappointed in a film again. Oh, you know what movie I hated? I've heard that. I always hated Napoleon Dynamite. People fucking loved that movie. I just watched it and I was like, yeah, it's just boring. Everybody's got Vote for Pedro shirts. Okay. That's cool. I wonder if it's because like we lived like Napoleon Dynamite. You know, kind of a country area. We had, village was, town, but like, yeah, we lived kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Wow, it's so relatable. It's like, yeah, it's just another Tuesday. We weren't even like in the middle of nowhere. We were by a major city. It's just once you get away from city and suburbs, it's boring. What you got? Beer and woods. I think one of the reasons why I didn't like where we grew up is because everything was always like the same. You'd be like, "Oh, your nephew's having a birthday. Cool. What are you guys doing? Oh, you're going to the lake, having some beers and getting drunk. Okay, it's two, so it's not like he's gonna remember a party. What are you guys doing for this holiday? No, we're gonna go to the lake and get drunk. Oh, okay. What are you doing for this thing? Oh, we're gonna go to the lake and get drunk. It's okay. You guys want to do anything else just once? Can we get drunk while we're doing it? Maybe. Nah, we're gonna go get drunk at the lake. Stinky little lake. Too small to even be counted as one of the Finger Lakes. Get this little rope. Sorry, I just realized I'm probably holding it off camera. Well, that's barely anything for me. That's drastic for the camera. Oops. Kinda. I vaguely remember. I'm not even referring to the village we lived in. Well, technically we weren't in the village. We were like 100 yards out of the village. We were not part of the village. We did live there briefly. I mean where our dad lived. That wasn't even a town. That was a hamlet. It didn't even qualify as a little town. Sometimes I hear people like, "Oh, I went to a small town. We only had 1,000 kids per graduating class." I'm like, "Fuck, we had 180." Sometimes I'd have people like my friends get like oddly offended about me not loving our small town or like being into the same stuff. Cause like I was driving a PT Cruiser and people would be like, "Don't you want to drive a truck?" I'm like, "No, I'm fine." Well, what's wrong with the truck? It's like, nothing. I just don't need it. I don't need one for work. I'm not hauling shit. I get like defensive. I was like, dude, I don't give a shit. You drive a truck. Go ahead. Your job requires you to move a lot of shit. I don't. I'd be like so upset I didn't want a truck. It's like, yeah, whatever. No big deal to me. I don't care. I kind of hope this rope dries up a little quicker. That busted off. Oh, it's exposed metal though. It should glue. This, I don't know how well this is going to glue. I hope the wood absorbs everything properly. Adheres. That's true. That was nights that the town like that we had like good prom. Oh, I just Shambles and ad probably just started for you. You probably can't hear me. I'll go back to yammering when this ad finishes and she's back. An ad popped up. Can you hear me? Shit. Oh, all good. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, it was kind of nice that our school like had all the antique cars and rented out properties and stuff for it. But it's not that like it's not that uncommon. Like it's actually probably really common, I think. All right, that's the rope. Now let's do some metal on this thing. I remember, so for senior prom, our school would get a lot of the local antique car owners to be like the limo drivers for the night, and they do like a little parade through town. and I remember just hearing the loud crunch, and someone in a roadster tried to rev the engine, and instead the gears caught, and it shot forward into the antique car in front of it. It just completely smashed its engine, smashed the back of the other car, and the kids had to hop into new trucks. All right, let's get some lead belcher out here. I'm done with those. Do, do. That cap is okay. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know. I wonder how much that cost. Like, oops, you were trying to show off. You fucked up. Whoops. This one's probably good for the metal. Alright, let's get the little guy done. Alright, Avenger Bolt Thrower. Let's see. Brackets. The italics are so hard to thin properly. Or should I wash these first? I'm going to wash them first. Some of the details on this are kind of small. And I need a little cap with it. A little water flowing over here. Alright, wash brush. I'll use the big wash brush for these because they're big. Alright, Agrax Earthshade wash. That is not Agrax Earthshade, that is paint. Yeah, this is working. It's filling in the wood grain like I hoped it would. Alright, yeah, this is working exactly how I hoped it would. Perfect. It's darkening the wood while also highlighting the grain. Darkening that a little bit more. Whoops. Now I just have to drop the metal trebuchet, and I've dropped them all. I don't know if they even saw these things in the movie, actually, now that I think about it. At least in the movie? Were they like a blinking you miss them thing up on a wall or something? I don't know. Did you guys have... Shambles, did you guys have prom at the same place I did? I don't know. Well, I guess you guys might not know where we had it. I don't remember where we had it. Some kind of meeting hall type thing. Junior prom was really fucking funny, though. Cause like I knew people who were like, "Oh, bro, it's gonna be great. We're all gonna go. It's gonna be party. We're all gonna get fucking laid. It's gonna be awesome." I was like, "Yeah, I'm not going. I don't care. Sounds boring. I don't want to do that all night. Nothing getting laid, bar. That would be great, but I knew that wasn't happening. Um, so one of the kids was put his Wii up for sale for money for prom, and I bought it. This is right when this is when you couldn't get a Wii. Like it was too fucking hard to find them anywhere. All right, that wit is done. And then like a week after prom, he was like, "Hey, can I buy this Wii back from you?" And I was like, "No, no, you made your choice. I am playing Twilight Princess, and I am fucking loving it." You made the bad choice, friend. We had ours at the fairgrounds. That's where it was. One of the banquet halls there at the fairgrounds. Yeah, I kind of regret going. I wish I could have just like skipped it, but all my stupid friends wanted me to go. I went and had a dull time. Social events are exhausting to me. All right, that's all the little bits. Let's get these things coded. I have enough of this stuff. I do have another bottle of it, but I think because I've been working on this pot so long, it's actually kind of gotten a little thicker. Like a little bit's just has just evaporated out as I've been working on the pots. Has left the material inside a little thicker than it used to be. Yeah, I wish I had saved the money instead of going. One of the times when I think my redneck friend did have the right idea of going to the lake and getting drunk instead. This fake wood is looking pretty good. I do have to tip my cap again to get more up in the lid. We don't have any pig farms in our town. The pigs all got out and got into the woods and got feral, so you don't have to worry about them dumping pig's blood on you. Our town couldn't afford new pigs. Silly. There you go, cow's blood.
I'm done. So rest, I can't really do without some more fights.
Do we have an ostrich farm in town? There's an ostrich farm somewhere nearby. Someone's like, oh yeah, they go out for the eggs and meat. I was like, fucking what?
I believe I got the grapefruit one.
Who buys the ostrich meat from town? Who? Yeah, Dad took us there one time, and it was just like, as far as like just off one of the main roads, I was not paying attention to a lot of stuff though as a kid.
Water bottle.
Someone in town had like an ostrich farm, or nearby town had an ostrich farm. Like close enough that it wasn't like we somewhere we had to go way out of the way to see. It was just like, oh yeah, if you go up this road instead, there's an ostrich there. Fucking what? Since when? I think they also had boar there. So you know what? We did have pigs. You were right to worry about being carried. The fact that we had like wild boar in the woods and then watched Princess Mononoke like scared the fuck out of me as a kid. It's like that's what's in the woods? Oh fuck. No thank you. It's like, no, we don't have any giant boar gods in the woods. They will kill and eat you though, so be careful. Oh my god, that's worse. Carrie's another one where like, oh, have you seen the preview for the movie? Then you know the entire plot that's coming. It's oh. You spoiled the ending in the preview, I guess, okay. Our childhood was kind of wild sometimes. Remember, kids, if any of the giant pigs in the woods come at you, get in the tree or you're fucked. Okay. I have friends who like enjoy pig hunting, like boar hunting. the way they gear up for it is just like, you have like full like combat shit. We were just kids in the woods with swords. A little more for the cap. I hope I have enough to finish at least this one, and then I'll open the new bottle for the other ones, because I don't know if this bottle's going to last. These are taking a little longer than planned, just because of the size. And like, the ease of getting some of the paint onto them is a little iffy. Alright, there's one side. Alright, let's do this a little more planned. The hunting and fishing is like really, really environmentally important for our area. But like, yeah, it's effort I didn't want to expend. Do you want to get up at 3 a.m. and go stand out in your aunt's field where it's fucking freezing? No. You're gonna have to be really quiet for hours. No. Father, you don't understand. I cannot shut the hell up. You take me with you, you'll not be getting any deer yourself. I will yap, 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 just to fill the void of silence. It's not what you want when you're hunting. Dad also really like using old stuff. He really liked using old equipment, like camping too. That made camping with him a little more difficult, I think. It was like, hey, check it out. Here's a sleeping bag that weighs 4 ounces. It's cool. Here's a giant rubber mat you had to haul up the mountain on your back. It's less cool. Shit, I almost dropped it. I mean, some of the newer backpacks weigh like fractions of pounds. Like, here's a metal frame bag. It's like, this is really fucking heavy. Dad, this is heavy, and I'm 8. I mean, I love camping, but like, I need the time for it. The money to just be like, yeah, I got enough money that I can just not work for a week. We were talking the other day, and I was like, yeah, I haven't gone camping in like over a decade. And he was like, really? I was like, yeah, when the fuck am I gonna do it? When I was working 16 hours a day hauling hazmat? I was working in the fucking shithole factory with the chemical leaks everywhere, and I couldn't afford rent. Like, it's like, old man, you do not understand. Things cost money that young people do no longer have. Well, I ground out my hip last time I went hiking. It still hurts me sometimes. My friend packed a bag and filled it with fucking dickhead brought cast iron cookware. I see another commercial. I don't think Shambles can hear me. Should cut the wood grain there. Yeah, and it was bastard man. We gave him all the gear. Like everybody brought their gear and gave it to him to, and he was gonna pack the bags like the night before. And he's gonna be like, all right, everything will be ready. I got everything distributed evenly amongst everybody. It was not. My bag was 75. He goes, yeah. I asked him the weight. He goes 75. I did not have a good grasp on weight, like representative wise. I never bothered lifting weights much. So it was like, oh, okay, this is 75. I guess that's 75 pounds. 75 kilograms. That's how much that fucking bag weighed. 75 fucking kilograms. That is an adult person on my back. 12 miles up a fucking mountain in rural ass Tennessee. Like by the time we got to the top, I was like, I could hobble a few inches at a time. Still, every once in a while now, I'll take like a step weird, and my hip will just be like, "Fuck you." Fuck. Limp and hobble my way through the halls at work. And that's why you always pack your own bag. If you're in charge of your own responsibility, you can't be mad at anybody else. You just be mad at yourself. I think this is running low. Another little splash. Look at the arm and the weight with this bottle. It's getting really thick. Oh, I guess I gotta get the rope too. There, that looks like what I was hoping it was gonna do. Perfect. Looks like a greased rope. My eyebrows twitching again. Fuck. Stupid eyeball. Rope is greased. A little darker than planned. If I can just poke it a few times with my finger, it'll take the very outer layer off. It'll take just the top bits off unevenly, leaving the inside good, and then that way it'll look like a different color on here. Just have your abdominal moles removed. Duh. Give them to the abdominal snowman. He needs 6-pack abs. He will take everyone's abdominals until he has 6-pack abs. But they melt every year. That's why I'm just yapping to myself like an idiot. Yeah, it's been a long time since I went camping. See, the problem with the abdominal snowman is that every year he melts. They melt off, and he has to, get new ones. And his insurance won't cover it if they have to do it every year. They're not covering that shit. It's one and done, it'd be fine, but so he steals them from people. It's like organ trafficking, but just the muscles. He doesn't want mine. Mine got sliced in half for my surgery, so my abs are shit. Well, now you mentioned it, I guess your abs are also sliced to shit. We got a lot of scars on our belly in this family. We are not a healthy family. Let's get some under here. I can't see because of the shadow, but I'm just gonna swipe a bunch and hope I hit all the spots. Yeah, good enough. No one's gonna see it. And if they're the kind of person who's gonna pick up and look under my model and scrutinize the bottom of it, then I don't. No one in the group I play with, and I don't want to play with people like that. So. Wow, this is. What time did I start? Hour and 37 minutes to do base coat and washes. Oh man. Oh man, this is take a while. It's taking a while. Well, ain't is proper English. Your use of it is improper. Ain't is a contraction of I am not. So consider yourself educated. Shambles. Well, what instrument were they using? The fucking tuba? That was a homophone joke right there. Weird, awkward angles for this thing. Alright, the back side of it, and this piece will be washed. This wood will be washed anyways. I still gotta do the metal. I missed. Fuck, I missed again. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh gosh. Oh jeez. Since this wash is still dark, I'm also going to use it on the canvas looking thing. I hope it makes it look like canvas and not just greasy fabric. What do you mean you missed? I missed? This trebuchet. I'll be glad when I get these done. They've been sitting in my pile unpainted for a long time. Now I just have to get like some kind of bracket thing to hold them into in my transport containers. I think I have 4 scars, 3 on my stomach area. Oh, what happened to pancakes?
My computer keeps shutting off.
Oh.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah.
Not gonna be an expensive one. Oh, okay. Prices, $2,000 prices averted.
What happened?
It doesn't hold a charge.
Oh.
So,
So was it plugged in, or was it just like loose?
it wasn't plugged in at the center.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's when I tripped on and smashed my foot earlier.
No. Yeah. It doesn't hold the charge anymore, and I have replaced the battery. It's not the battery, so I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it did have that issue where I changed the charging port, and it came back to life again. But it had the charging issue before then, so I don't think it's related to that.
Spambot! Spambot, you're back. Hello, Spambot. In the Spambot. Hello, Spambot said, cheap viewers. I keep the ones I was counting the ones I got as a little kid. I got the one where I tripped on a box of kittens. Oh, we are on the bottom dregs of this pot. Brush whip. Pancakes, you're being a butt face. This poor paint glob.
Windows update.
What if pancakes? Let's see. What if I got a bunch of the condensation off of my soda? Almost.
Okay, so I know that there's some
I missed
videos of street food, and they use hot sand to cook with. But all I can think about is biting down on a grain of sand. Excuse me.
I have a syringe somewhere over here. Oh, it's got a needle in it. There's some heroin on stream, class. Oh, it's the guts. That's what's in here. Oh, that is... Oh, it's still wet. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Interesting. This is white caulk, and when put through a flat-tipped syringe, squirted out, and then coated in the blood for blood god, makes fantastic guts. Pancakes, buddy, what's up? You're having some issues over there. Having a little cat conniption fit. What's up, buddy? I would count every break in the surface of your skin as a separate scar. Three drops of wash water. Maybe that'll help thin it out a bit. Might not even be enough to really shake and mix. Oh, you can't see it. That little blob. That's been sitting there. And how deep are you counting the scars? Like, I still got this one from a few weeks ago, but that's gonna heal up and be gone. Mr. Goober slicing the shit out of me. Right.
To know.
Me? You love me, honey? What about accidents? Do those count? Otherwise, I'm only up to 3. Ab slider instant. God, that was funny. Not like, not really funny. You were a little kid who whacked yourself in the face with some exercise equipment, but the me pretending to stick a fork in your scar and yank the stitches out, and then mom gagging and freaking out, that was fucking funny. Da, 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 da. Oh wait, I thought it rolled back into your face after, like you fully extended with it, and then you fell and hit your face, and it came back, and it was the speed at which, like, that thing wasn't lightweight. I thought, like, it immediately shot back into your face, and like the edge of the roller caught your chin against the floor, and that's what sliced open your chin. I thought that's how you got the cut from that. Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock. Ugh. All right. I think these poor things are going to be stretched to another day.
I mean, if we want to keep going, Muffy's hanging out in the office right now, looking quite dead.
Yeah, but this is going to be our only night to get movie night with Muffin. I do love that Muffin is an absolute bastard to everybody except for us. But he's also not that snuggly, unless sitting on the downstairs living room. We don't like to do when the in-laws are in town because they're just loud and distracting. It's not conducive to relaxing. But when they're out of town, which they are currently, go sit down there, watch a movie. Muffin will immediately hop on our lap and just plop and just be the heaviest, sweatiest little blob of fat. We love him for it. That's our fat goober. That is a scar. Alright, more inking on the handles. The knob, the turny things, the cranks. I guess it's a crank. That goober. Sorry, I was holding it off camera again. Let me just tilt it up a little bit. That's a little better. Yeah, those poor vet techs. They're always like, oh, you can handle spicy kitties. It's like, not him. We're trying to warn you. Him a bastard man. Him a small bastard child. They never understand. Never get it. They come out from the back all bloodied up. Ma'am, you... Sir, ma'am, you know a very aggressive cat here. If you knew he's this aggressive, it's like, we did. We warned you. He's incredibly aggressive. Except to us. Him, baby. He's just a very easily scared boy. He's not actually aggressive. He's just very easily spooked. He smashed a plate. Hun, was that this morning or yesterday? That was yesterday.
Yes.
Dr. Wife took some bread out of a bag and he panicked and launched a water bottle that hit a bowl that went flying and shattered. It's like, buddy, it's just some bread. What the heck? He was spooked.
Apparently you can download a world, and then like locally, and then re-upload it.
Oh. He can't, him baby. He's literally unable to come down. It's not in his little gooby nature. It's just fear and violence from him. All right. This is helping the wood grain stand out. Although my elbow is killing me since I've been leaning on it for a few hours now. Starting to ache. Just a lot, that's all. Shift my weight around it. Shade brush.
I got the grapefruit. Oh.
Cats are fun. They're gremlins. They're shitheads. I love them. Petty. Cats are petty, and I think it's hilarious. They're so hard to study because once they realize they're part of a study, and they will realize it at some point, they just intentionally make it worse. Like, they just start refusing to participate in the challenges they were doing before. They're just like, no, fuck it. You want me to do this, so I'm not going to anymore. So, like, the cats end up corrupting so much of the data. Like, most of it is, like, rendered unusable because of it. So we were getting good data till they realized they were part of an experiment, then they just wrecked it. Shift the camera over a wee bit. Yeah, it's something like only 40% of the data they ever gather is, like, usable. And they seem to know, they seem to be smarter than dogs. But they're so petty that they're just incredibly difficult to train. But they're also apparently more emotionally connected to people, and will absolutely, like, look to the people around them for emotional support and checking to see if everything's okay. Like, if the humans panicked, and we gotta panic. But if the humans calm, it's like, okay, I'm scared, but if I go sit with the human, I'll calm down, they'll protect me, and I can be less scared of this as they assure me that whatever the heck contraption is they've put in for the experiment that I'm supposed to interact with this is scaring me. Isn't scaring me anymore. Some people, I wonder if it's a control thing. You know, it was that politician lady who, like, shot the dog because it doesn't obey. It's like, from a utilitarian aspect, yeah, cats catch mice and that's about it. But it's not always about being a tool. Sometimes it's just about being a small, petty shithead friend. And cats are great at that. Cats are the asshole that's going to show up at the party and cause a scene, but it's going to be fun. You're going to be like, oh my god, can you believe the cat showed up at the party and did all that shit? So yeah, sure, the dog hosted the party really well and threw together. And then cats are just like, hey man, I threw all your dishes outside in the yard. My god, that's crazy. Why did you do that? No reason. Pushed everything off the shelf I could. Watching Waffles pick on my one roommate was so fucking funny. Mel, control your fucking cat. No, dude, you're 10 times his size. Kick his ass. The reason he slaps your food out of your hand and walks away is because you let him. Cool. You know what muscular friend did? He picked him up and held him by the scruff of his neck for like a day. He just would not set him down. It's like, if I set him down, he was going to run under the couch and claw my ankles. And Waffle, stop messing with him. Your cat keeps messing with me. Yeah, I know. It's funny. He just smacked your plate. He's just wrecked your dinner. He threw it on the ground. He didn't even want to eat it. He just wanted to ruin your evening, dude, and it's hilarious. Waffle still loves violence. We were playing earlier today. I just have this catnip pickle just smacking the shit out of him with it, and he is purring and loving it and striking back. He loves violence. Violence is my cat's favorite game. the vet would be really concerned. He's 15. Like, I see people's posts where they're like, I had to put my 12-year-old cat down, and there's this really, really old, scrawny looking cat. Like, this is like, when you look at a cat and be like, oh, that's a really old cat. Like, Waffles has got like, he's got old man cat fur. He doesn't maintain it as well, and he's got arthritis. But the arthritis isn't enough to stop him from wanting to kick my ass and play and fight in a chair. He loves that shit too much. He's so hyper. I'll see these cats and I'll be like, that's your 12-year-old cat? Your cat's looking a little rough there. I mean, he used to bite your face to wake you up in the morning to feed him.
We needed the copper tower. Chicken.
Which copper tower? Which world are you in?
The realm, because it's the only one I can get into.
Ah. Oh, well, now when he wants food, he'll get up and he'll sit on Dr. Wife and poke her and bug her. But only after I get up. If it's a weekend and we sleep until noon like we did yesterday.
Or if he doesn't like the food options from the morning.
Well, he doesn't hold back when we play fight. And he only cries if he's losing. And by losing, I mean he hasn't gotten to smack me. So I have to give him the fist of forgiveness. Where like, after he starts to lose too much, he'll start to cry and whine. So I just have to like hold out my fist gently until he's able to like give it a light bite. If I were to give it to him too quickly, though, he'd chomp down and snap right through. So I gotta like keep gently offering him the fist. Hey, buddy, please don't bite the ever-living shit out of my hand. Whoops, 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 chomp. So there you go. There's a light bite. Then he's good. Get up, I give him some little frozen chicken bits. I never hear him purr louder than when him and I are currently tearing a toy apart between us. Yeah, I was kind of hoping these trebuchets would be a much quicker paint job. So I think once I finish this up, I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta get up for work. Stupid jobs. Making stupid money so we can afford a stupid house in this stupid economy. So I'll paint the metal bits. Hun, did I have anything planned for tomorrow?
Maybe game night?
Maybe game night, okay.
But if you want to finish that, we can just do that. Hey, how got into the sheep pen?
Cow got into the sheep pen? Set him on fire. Boy loves him some violence. Alright, that is all the wood and all the wood grain. And the ropes. The rock, which I actually probably should have shaded with some other shit. But... oh, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Some of the houses here are still under construction. I'll just squat in them. It's not the gloss. I don't want the gloss for the rock. The regular for the rock. Yeah, I'll give the rock another quick light dry brushing later. Or maybe not. This actually looks pretty okay. This is looking okay without a dry brush. I probably will, because I want it to be a lighter colored rock. Problem solved. Right. All right. Just metal bits next. All right. So that'll be it for me for tonight. I'll resume sometime tomorrow night, probably. And I still haven't finished my wine. And I'll get the metal bits, because the metal bits I want to do... first I want to do them with lead belcher. And then hit them with a null oil gloss, so they're at least, you know, they look greased and glossy. And then some of the little flash bits on these things look kind of like screws, or nails, I mean. They didn't have screws then. Right? When were screws invented? Excuse me, I think we just discussed this, Shambles. Don't work. Duh. Problem solved.
Shambles quitting.
No, she's gotta work tomorrow. I'm quitting for tonight. She's gotta work tomorrow. Alright. You can, maybe you can see on the okay, that's the bad one. Maybe you can see on the resolution of the camera. Yeah, like there's one. There's one. Those ones I think are intentional. Some of these other ones, like towards the end, where like some of the flash was. And I'm just going to paint them silver. I'm not going to file them off. I'm going to paint them with little dots of silver and make them look like nails at the end. But that'll be for tomorrow night. So as of right now, I'm going to bed. My paintbrush is covered in bits of crap I can scrape off, but I don't feel like doing that right now. But I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for popping in while I paint these things that I've been meaning to get done freaking forever ago. I'll give them this nice little tiled, white tiled base, if I get bases for them. I don't have any at the moment, but I will tell the boys that you hate them, and then when you come to visit, they will scratch you. But yeah, I've looked up the base size for them. That might change. I think the launcher, some of the other base size changed for some of the models. So I got some of my older ones I gotta get new ones for and look it up and stuff. But the nearest store that sells bases is like an hour and 15 minutes I don't feel like ordering any, but fortunately, Dr. Wife has a Cricut, so I can just like put in the dimensions of a base and it will slice it out perfectly, and I can glue it straight on there. But I'm getting all packed up for tonight. All right. Good evening. All set up here. I'm reconnecting stuff and disconnecting other things and moving stuff around. I think I'm just about ready though. So flip the camera on. All right, camera. All right, camera. 1 second. No, the camera's in. Okay, camera's in. It's just being stupid. I gotta unplug it, plug it back in. There it goes. What's that? Oh, that's the microphone. It's a little better. All right. Brushes, paints. All right, these stupid freaking things. Had a match yesterday. Used them. They're great when they hit things, but for some reason I rolled absolutely garbage. 9 shots with one of these, and I didn't hit anything at all. I did manage to kill the Watcher in the water with Gandalf, but being unable to smash a Balrog meant the Balrog was able to get to me, and he killed Gandalf. So I think if I had managed to... Was this the silver? I think if I had managed to not get Gandalf killed and actually do a little more damage to the Balrog, I could have maybe won. So that, wow, that's a single drop of the lead belcher, and it doesn't actually look bad. It's like, what the hell happened to it? It absorbed so much water. This was just a tiny little drop the other day. That's kind of wild. How well does it paint? How well does it coat stuff? Not at all, so we're not using that. Sometimes the dice are not your friend. And yesterday's match made that abundantly clear that they were not going to be my friend that day. I did have a couple good rolls. Like, I did manage to take out the Watcher with Gandalf and a handful of other guys. But even then, that wasn't a great roll. I had to strike and might it up, so there was a point. Probably should have held on. So that lost me 2 might, and I had to strike again the next turn, so I was all out of might when it came to fighting the Balrog. My archers shot like 2 Moria Goblins. Moria Goblins are weak. They're not tough. I only managed to kill like 3 or 4 of them that whole game. Let me peel some of this crap off. Get out of here. Get out of here, chunk of crap. You chunk of crap. Alright. Should be good for a little while longer. So on the pile. Alright. So metal on these. I gotta find bits for the trim. I don't know which brush I want to use. This one's probably going to be good. It's got a sharpish point after I whittled it down so much, but we'll see. I think these are wood. I know this part is. I think I see wood grain on the end, so I assume they just cut them. There's a lot of other parts that are not wood. This big bar, for example. I don't know if that part there is supposed to be wood or if it's metal, or it might actually be a wadded up cloth that would be covered in grease, and that would be how you'd lubricate that joint on the machine. It's a big oily wad of crap. But anyways, we've got a lot of parts to reach on this. I guess I don't actually have to hit everything. Just have to hit enough. See anything else new since a couple days ago? I don't think so. I feel like I might have to switch to a different brush. This one's basically so wide at the base and small at the tip. It's not really great for this anymore. How's this one? Still got a fairly flat edge. Kind of works. The metallics you don't want to thin out too much. They get really awful looking if you do that. But if you thin on a little too much, then you overshoot what you were aiming for. Like I just did. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know what brush I want to use for this. Let's try this one. If I recall, this brush gives me a lot of trouble. Because it gets to an odd point where it starts absorbing like all the paint instead of actually brushing it on. What happened? What happened to my stuff? Stuff is broken. Hey Pancakes, what's up, buddy? Okay, this works a little better. Pancakes, buddy, what's up? Pancakes, buddy, what's up? Came in here and he took a big shit as soon as I started. Got delayed a couple minutes because someone had to poop. Huh, Panny? Pain in the butt. I love you, Pancakes. You're a pain in the butt. My eyebrows twitching still. It makes focusing really difficult. I don't know what's causing it. Glad I don't have any eyeballs to paint this time. Hold on. There we go. Chair was up a little high still. Oh, this is going to be not fun. It's painting out and around this piece. So terrible. This, however, is. I hope some of the wash will cover that up. Can I get in through here? I can. It's difficult, but I can. Yep. Hit the button quick. Pancakes, what's up, buddy? Hey. Pancakes, shush. Pancakes, pan. What? No, you're not getting anything. Sorry, I'm getting some treats. This will calm him down a bit. It's not gonna. It's just gonna make him worse. Ah, I see. I've summoned the other ones too. All right. Couple snacks for you gremlins. Right. Pancakes. Muffin. Pancakes. Muffin. Dorks. Freaking dorks. Alright. The dorks are bothering me for snacks. Am I kicking their butts? Let's see if I can reach. Good enough. There's spots I don't know if I can see. And you can't keep encouraging him. That's why he's so terrible. It's because he never faces any consequences, hon.
You make up for it. Also, how do you punish Nausicaa? I feel like there is no proper way of doing it. You can't. Have we ever been able to? No. Have we tried different approaches? Yes.
You can't take away their fun. It just makes them worse.
Yeah. Like, the only way that you can get them to not be bad is you have to occupy them 24/7. He just looked at me like, I know, I keep telling you that.
Mother, it's time for screaming! It's pancakes, buddy.
Oh, I have some more beer stuff here. Come on, Penny wants a beer.
Pancakes. Can you drink a whole beer by yourself, buddy?
Can you drink a beer? I don't think he can.
Well, tell him he's a wuss.
And you're a wuss.
My God, you
What
called
are
him a
his
wuss.
feelings?
You hurt his feelings, hon.
Oh my God.
You're the one who's supposed to be standing up for him.
I want to jump out that window right here.
You're not supposed to let other people bully you into bullying him.
Oh.
You just gave in, just like that. Peer pressure, oh my God.
Can you just remember?
Okay, I've got no depth perception while I'm doing this. I can only see with one eye.
So I remember that I was in milk making pens today.
And then it's probably enough. That's probably good enough. I can't get around much more of this thing. No.
you mind telling everyone your social security number, Pam? It's CUTIEPIE. Did you write that down?
I wasn't listening. I guess I'll never catch his social security number.
CUTIE.
I lied, I was listening. Just trying to avoid suspicion.
His munchie can never figure out how the tree app works. I give him sort of like a handicap. I think.
One time I overheard my coworker say his social security number over the phone. I really quick memorized it. And I was just going to say it back to him one day driving. But he ended up leaving the company before he got the chance.
Oh. Was that the old one, old one, or old one?
Current company.
Oh. Hey. Ooh, we still have some Annie's in it. Ooh.
Bum, 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 ba-da. I had Walton Matilda stuck in my head the other day. Well, it's still stuck in my head today at work, but
This is really cool because Penny's doing the hard work and Munchie's doing the eating.
it's going to be such a pain. Get that brush in there. This will be easier to get around on the resin model, I think. Because this metal one is a bit rickety. Alright, let's get the axe and the yarn done. And there's a lot of these little flash bits on here that I'm just going to put dots of silver on afterwards and treat them like they're nails instead of cleaning them up and filing down. Guess what? They just got promoted to nails. They're part of the model now. I have one little strand that is sticking out way to the side. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 dun, 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 dun. I looked up the lyrics and what it was about because I remember. All I remember was that as a kid I knew it was about somebody drowning in a bog, in a swamp. And I looked it up and I was. The description of what happened in the song was like half Australian slang. Waiting for his belly to boil when he saw a jumbuck. So he put it in his swag, and then when the woman came, he ran into the billabong, drowned himself. I'm like, what the fuck did any of that mean, Australia? These all get promoted to nails. Basically, what it's about is while waiting for pot to boil, a migrant worker sees a sheep. And he catches it. He's going to eat it. He puts it in his bag. But then the owner of the sheep shows up along with some lawmen. They're like, we're going to arrest you. But before they can, he's like, oh, you'll never take me alive. I'll drown in the swamp. And then his ghost haunts the swamp. The end. That's what Waltzing Matilda's about. I the box for this, didn't I? Santa swag, man. Swag is an old word. I'm gonna treat this thing as metal. Swag is like modern use of swag comes from a shortening of the word swagger. Swag is like stuff, knickknacks, and that comes from. Like, if you've ever been to a con and seen someone they'd call a swag bandit, it would be somebody just covered in just stuff. You know, they got 1,000 pins, each with whatever fandom references they have on them. Maybe they're wearing hat to a different fandom, shirt for another one, pins and badges and straps and things and keychains. That was the swag bandit. And that version of the word swag comes from like the stuff a thief would steal. Stick it in their swag bag. Swiggity swag, what's in the bag? Etymology is weird. Oops, touched a wet spot. Paint these joints up. Considered Australia's unofficial national anthem. I don't know what their actual national anthem is. Sounds from like the late 1800s. Oops, did I freeze again? I did freeze. Right. But yeah, Matilda's not a name. In this case, Matilda's a type of bag. Like a bindle. Waltzing is Australian slang for just walking about aimlessly. Just going out for a wander. Don't mind the creek cut in the background. You'll be hearing the occasional mechanical whir.
Should be pretty fun. He's like, oh, I hear a printer going.
Close, buddy.
And some printer.
He's weird.
He does not like the laser jet as much as the inkjet.
That's too funny.
This guy has a printer preference.
You'll never take me alive, says he. Up came the slaughter, riding on his thoroughbred. Up came the lawmen, 1, 2, 3. like that it plays kind of like their background theme in Civ 6. It's one of the themes you'll hear playing on in the background. And the Russian one sounds kind of like Rava Rasputin. iPad, you're clicking off on me. Don't do that, iPad. All right. Now I've severely underestimated the time this is going to take me. The last few nights, I really hope I don't have to do a fourth video. I'm not good with time estimation.
Rose has a mulch and a soil thing.
Huh?
So I'm probably gonna take. I already got some mulch, but I'm probably gonna take another trip there soon.
Okay.
Because I think the plants up front, the flowers, and some additional soil.
A little extra dirt for the front garden. Yeah.
Yeah, and especially because I'm gonna, that tree stump, the
Mhm.
metal tree stump. Anyway, I'm probably gonna try to dig up as much of that as I can because there's a lot of roots and stuff that kind of make like,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Gotcha. Yeah, because the how much of that mound is just tree stump?
most.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it would always be a pain in my butt trying to plant plants around it.
We always did a nice job with it.
I think the first year was really good because of all the miracles that were in the soil. Oh no!
I don't know what the different mechanical parts of this are supposed to look like, or if I've even attached them properly. I could not find a picture of the thing from the right angle to make sure I put the rope in the right place. I wonder if I should do some of these parts brass. That might look kind of nice. He jumped into the billabong. I'm going to be taking a trip to New Zealand.
Sometimes I think about how that makes it and then everything just got completely unraveled by people having other stuff.
Wasn't it the plan for last year?
Could have been wrong. Who even knows? Who's keeping track? And then the main organizer got a house, so.
Oh, yeah. I guess if she had to choose between a house or taking us on a vacation, I'd probably choose the house too.
I'm done for the day, I am. Yeah.
It's really difficult. I gotta reach far with this brush right now. Oops. Whoops, I messed that one up. Take me your license, seeing over the swag man, jumped into the billabong. Where I forget how the rest of that line goes, but he drowns in the billabong. Whew, that was a pain in the butt, but I got it. Let me get these little dots, whatever these things are, ends of the rod.
Did you want the light blue or the dark blue?
For what?
Remember we were gonna make you.
Oh yeah, I think light blue. Back hurts. Position my butt. I thought the other light on. Did that help? Did that just give me? Does that just double the amount of shadows I've got? It made it worse. It's really funny when actors are non-American and then they do their American accent for movies. I did not know that Sam Neill was Australian. Oops, I realized I was holding off camera. My bad. Let me switch the camera a little bit. Yeah, Dr. Grant.
What's the woman's name again? The doctor?
Dr. Sattler?
Yeah.
It's Laura Dern. Yeah, I guess she spoke out against Weinstein, and then you didn't see her in movies for like 20 years.
Against who?
Weinstein.
And when was that?
Around Jurassic Park time, I think.
Oh. So, like, she was one of the first ones.
Yeah.
Sure she has no regrets about that, and she shouldn't.
Yeah, I think she spoke out pretty early, but I think it also unfortunately served as like a threat to other people because she didn't get many roles for a long time. The only two I know are in off the top of my head are Jurassic Park and Star Wars sequels. I know I just saw her in something else though.
Yeah, I feel like I just saw her. I'm gonna have to get into that soon. It's not very stupid anymore.
I blame the cats, hon. I blame the cats. Sticky mat's not sticky, it's cats. Got their fuzz. Probably touching their butts to stuff too. Getting their butt particles on things. That's what cats do. Our boys do. I always love seeing them when they get up on the counter and they sit right on your mom's napkin.
I don't say anything, but sometimes she sees it. So.
It's so funny when your mom's yelling at the cats because it's like they don't care. No, 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 no. The kids, they just stare back at her like, what are you gonna do about it, huh? I'm gonna stick my ass on this table. You can't stop me, lady.
This is my
If I put a base on here, no one's ever looking under this thing. I don't need to paint any of these details, but I am because I'm extra. My foot fell asleep. My and sister used to watch all the kid songs videos. I think that's not where the first heard Waltzing Matilda. That's like, remember that they had one that featured that song. I hated those videos. Kid songs. It was kind of like Kids Bop.
Oh, it's actually called Kids Song.
Yeah.
Oh.
They had these like fuzzy mascots. Biggles? Is that what they're called?
When were those playing?
I don't know if it was on TV or if he just had tapes. I think he may have, I think they had VHSs. They may have, I don't know how they discovered them. Maybe they aired early in the morning or something. Yeah, I think like the first one didn't have the Biggles in it. Maybe they were like, oh, that didn't catch the kids' eyes enough. We gotta get some giant blue and pink and yellow with polka dot mascots in here. Mr. Bigglesworth. A little bit more. I wonder if they would grease up this rope too. They probably would. I imagine like a lot of war machines were just covered in tallow and rendered fat. Probably made them probably pretty flammable. That should be all of that one. Yeah, part of the problem with the metallics, they have little metal bits in them. Shitty super glue. Super glue spot. So you gotta clean the brushes. Where is my fantastic tool? A very sophisticated tool. Where is that? See it. There it is. It fell on the bottom. There we go. My straightened paperclip. I saw it land somewhere. I wanted to leave a little foggy mess on my desk. Come on, there we go. It's getting there. There it is. Pulled the chunk up with it. Cool. I removed the clog. Great. All right, let's get this little bit attached. I swear half the Australian words I hear aren't actual words. I think Australia's just making half of them up. Oh, it's a Billy Boyle. It's a weird word for a tin can. Let's see if this will glue in place. I forgot I was going to have to hold it, so let me... Sideways. Cap back on the glue. Cap does not fit my glue anymore. I guess I might have to hold it for a second. Or it'll balance. Maybe. Cool. Let's stab myself in the palm. There's such a massive wad of dried super glue in the top here. Whoops. I can hear it break and crunch. It's going to pierce through. It's going to stab me right in the hand. Well, I just lost the tip. Oops. I guess I'll put that away before I break it further. Go sit over there for now. I guess I'll just leave that. It seems to seal up well enough that the rest of the glue doesn't dry, even though the cap isn't on, so. Let's get this little thing done next. There's little metal teeth in here. I'm gonna have to assume they're metal, because if they were wood, I don't think they could withstand the draw strength of the bow part. Pretty sure that if they were just little wood bits, they just chip right off. I missed a little bit of rope. Patch that up real quick. Let's do the rest of this, because I got some more. How are they supposed to be? I don't know the physical design of this thing. Seems there's parts of this model that were not designed with too much thought. It almost look like rods instead of strings, cables. I don't know. There's a cable in there for pulling it back. It's probably not a cable, it's probably a rope. Yeah. Paint those ropes. I'll paint them as ropes. There's no way it makes sense to me, even if it's a particularly thick rope. Phrasing. Get the little hand crank. I've never been one for music too much, but I do like weird little folksy songs like that sometimes. Especially if they're weird songs. I like weird songs. They're fun. Let's see. All right, that should cover the hand cranks, and this one, this whole thing is going to get more of the other metals thrown in because it's just got more closer mechanical bits. Like the bliss has basically just got a couple rods and cranks. Actually, the cranks are wood, so those don't even get it. This one's got like lots of little multi-teeth parts. So I just don't want to do it like lead belcher and be like, done. Add a few different metals into it. Just give it a little bit of variety visually. Up jumped the swag man, something, something. Won't ever take me alive, says he. The swag man ran and jumped into the billabong. Something about his ghost haunting it forevermore. Waffles here. Hey, buddy. Oh, that's Muffin.
Yeah.
Hey, Goober. He's just clawing at the door. Wrecking the house, buddy. Thanks, buddy. Oh, Muffin, could you please tear that up more, buddy? Actually, it's okay. We hung a big chunk of carpet on the wall, precisely so we can come in the room and do this. He's a destructive gremlin. He's a destructive little gremlin. Aren't you, buddy? Yeah, he's really tearing it up. Buddy, what's up? If you're hoping I was gonna hop out of the chair and fight you, buddy, you're wrong. Why do they love violence? They love violence against me. It's their favorite. It's like one of their favorite games. I mean, I love it. It's fun. Like, they don't play this with anybody else. They don't attack other people who are minding their own business. They purr so much. Wobbles especially. He purrs the most when I'm just beating the shit out of him with a toy. Taking one of the catnip pickles and just smacking the shit out of him. He loves it. I don't know why. Until he decides that he's lost, and then he gets pissed. Like, he's just going, and then suddenly he'll just scream and lose it. But you were having so much fun. What happened? So I have to let him get a few hits in every once in a while. I think he gets too mad. Cats are very emotionally fragile critters. Cats have little egos. They don't like seeing bruised. That's right, Muffin. I called you emotionally fragile. That's right, Muffin. I know that because you cry all the time.
Oh my gosh.
Someone didn't share a treat with you, you cry. Someone shared a treat with you, you cry. Cry to go outside, you cry to go inside. You cry when I tell you not to eat the poisonous plants. You eat the poisonous plants and throw up and you cry.
That especially makes him sad.
It's like, Father, I wanted to barf. It's like, I know. But I have to clean the barf, and I don't want you to barf. Sometimes I use the Stormhouse Silver as Mithril. Like, Mithril's worth so freaking much. So I'm not using it on the arrow tips. That would be horribly wasteful of Mithril. A few little cranks and handles here and there. These are part of aiming it. Spambot, hi Spambot. Haven't seen you in a while. Just kidding, I saw you last time. Saw you twice last time, buddy. How's the kids? How's the family? It's got a lot of fiber bits in it now. I might, despite how badly the trebuchets went last game. Trebuchet, I just used one. I might switch to two and just hope that my odds are, you know, statistically reasonable next time. I mean, I fired 9 shots with this thing, and I'm hitting on 4s. That's 9 shots in a row. And they were too low for me to might. I was only hitting 1s and 2s. Like, goddamn, what happened? I'm sorry, I should be killing folks with this. I should be blasting goblins apart like crazy. Nope. That's the dice for you. Little bits here and there, poking through. Hun, did you fall?
I believe I did not die.
Did you fall?
Yeah.
Dr. Wife's playing Minecraft behind me.
Oops.
Sometimes you fall. Hun, you know we're playing on hard right now?
Yeah. Which is crazy.
There's also hardcore mode.
Oh my god.
It's got permadeath.
Oh.
Alright, I gotta give this brush a quick alcohol because it's gunking up, it's losing its point. Make a little metallic bits flushed out. Did I do it? Oh, I got a Coke here. Wait. Moderate my chat at all. How do we do this? I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with it in case I accidentally like delete chat or something. Which my luck would happen. Alright, let's do the little mechanical bits, the base of this thing. The apparati. Whoops. What songs I remember from my childhood are kind of dark. There's one about the grandfather's heart stopping. I don't know how effective this aiming system on this thing would be. It almost looks like it operates like a pin system. So like, oh, a rapid fire crossbow that only shoots in one direction unless you unpin things and relatch stuff. I don't know how practical this thing would have been. Now, if it could rotate easy, it would be fantastic, but I've seen people make goofy rapid fire crossbows. The crossbows on the Berserker or on the Uruks are so nice. Those I love those. Maneuvering a little pain, but like if you're not going to shoot anybody that turn, just go ahead and move them full. You don't have to worry about them moving into range. You're like, well, I guess I gotta move anyways. Might as well move the full. But once you get into a good position with them, I mean, 2-foot range, strength 4. You get some guys in the middle, you can hit almost anybody. No texture on this piece. It's just like blank, smooth. So I'm gonna assume it's a metal plate. I have to assume it's a metal plate because why would they smooth out that one wood piece and not all the others? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. That's the soda talking. I think that's all the bits for this one. While I'm at it, let me get the rope. Oh, shit, did I put it back? No, I didn't. Okay. So used for the rope. Wraithbone? Screaming Skull, that's what I used. Pancakes, what are you up to, buddy? Let's see. Came the law, man. 1, 2, 3. Lawmen, lawmans. Pancakes, buddy. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. What are you up to? Skulking about my feet. Yeah, you. Ooh, this brush is really stiff. What happened to this brush? Pancakes, what? Fanny, what? This brush is really stiff. What the hell happened? I don't know what's wrong with this brush. It is incredibly stiff. Just didn't clean it properly. Stupid brush. Stupid me sticking my stupid finger in the stupid paint. They got all up under my nail and everything. Shit. Shit. Whoops. Here's the edge of this thing. There we go. Whatever. Barely noticeable. Pancakes, buddy, what's up? What's going on? Hi.
Oh.
Hi, buddy. Come here. No, just hop in your bin. Okay, hop in your bin. It's Pancakes. He's in his bin. Please spit on him as you pass. Yeah, yo. You can sit here. If you're good, you can sit and stay. If you're bad, I'm going to throw you in the dumpster. Don't. Or you'll go in the dumpster. Sit and be good, or you're going in the dumpster. Let me use his tail as a brush. He's right here, right underneath the desk. I have forced him under it. He deserves it. Dr. Wife will say otherwise, but she's wrong. So he's like, no, not my innocent pancakes. It's like, your innocent pancakes just humped poor Muffin. He was sleeping and he came over and humped him awake and smacked him. It's like, no, not my innocent pancakes. Right, Panny? He seems to be enjoying it. It's too much wet. Just a wet. Oops. Pancakes do desire freedom. Hey. Alright, get out of here. Get out of here. He ran away and now he's turning to look at me like, I want to play. Buddy. Stupid rope. Alright.
Oh, he's so cute.
He is, but he's such a pain in the butt.
Mm.
And don't let those creepers explode you.
Creepers, schmeepers.
All right. Couple more little bits here and there to second coat it. Just enough to make it smooth. I don't want it to look like too clean. It's a greasy, oily machine, so. That's probably good. Just a little bit there. That can sit. 9:43. All right. Hour 13. Okay. Not making good time. Back to the metal. Got this one. Oh, right. This one's much lighter. Now I know what I'm doing a little bit better, so. Usually the first one of a model, it's always like double checking, make sure I'm getting every spot I have to. Once you're on the second one, it's just like, yeah, okay. Bam, 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 done. So it does look like I missed a piece. There's a little metal anchor for the rope. Get that little rope anchor thing. Yep. Just a little bit for it to like attach. I think a lot of Australian slang is like based off of Aboriginal words. But end up like twisted. It would be like a burrito. Like, oh, this is a small donkey. That's what it translates to. They call that. It's a burrito. It's a little food. And then down like the line, people started calling them berries. Be like, oh, okay. I don't know why they call these tube of meat and vegetables a berry. And then that just seems to be like how Australian seems to go with its slang. Take an Aboriginal word, change it, and replace it with a almost goofy sounding version of an English word. You know, in a way in saying that it no longer makes any sense. Then you have to go and backtrack through the language to figure out where it came from. As he sat and watched his Billy Boyle. Like, whatever, I can't remember the original word and where it came from, but it Billy's like a tin can, a tin cooking pot, which came from like a Almost a French-looking word. Boiling. I don't know. But the Australian just shortened it to Billy. Make sure we wash your Billy boil. To Australia, what? Just wondering who you with. Or as we say in Australia, who you wazzle. That ain't a knife. This is a knife. That's a spoon. Oh, so you've played Knifey Spoony before. This one doesn't have any little sprue bits like the metal one does, so I don't have like to put a bunch of fake nails in it in spots. Sounds loose. Nope. Yeah, I gotta get some new songs stuck in my head because I only hum Waltzing Matilda for so long during the day before people start to think I'm nuts. Well, more nuts than normal. So I'm always the wild card at wherever I work. What's Lamel doing today? This job site? Oh, that should be a quick one. What has he done? Oh god, what has he done? I wonder what the punishment was for stealing a sheep. Because the guy in the song doesn't want to get caught. Like, I know in Wales, at one point, like, stealing a sheep was like death penalty. But having sex with a sheep was only like a weekend in the stocks. So when they get caught stealing a sheep, they were saying they were going to go screw it instead. And that's where the stereotype that Welsh people have sex with sheep comes from. So basically, like, oh, I'm not stealing it. I was just going to have sex with it. Don't kill me, just lock me up and ridicule me for a while. And, like, that's so fucking goofy. I know a little about Welsh stereotypes. Australian slang and Welsh stereotypes. That's where this stream went. Given I'm working on Lord of the Rings models, I'm kind of surprised I didn't drift over to New Zealand stuff more. That's okay, because I don't know shit about New Zealand. I don't know a freaking thing about New Zealand. They have kiwis. It's weird little fruit, fuzzy fruit-looking birds. That's about all I know. Oh, they got Kias. Those are funny. Those parrots kill and hunt sheep. What a wacky place. The texture on the resin models is so much worse. The metal model is a little inconvenient because it's not very flexible to if I need to get around something, or it's also kind of hard to hold, but like something with the resin models makes them so much rougher to paint. Eyes twitching again. Everything's out of focus. Oh, little brackets. Oh boy. Yeah, I just think things are like warped and wiggled a little bit more on the resin one. Oh, I got this piece. Yeah, this is missing from the other one. The other one has most of its parts, but it's missing a couple. Something like this, it looks so simple. I'm just like, I'm just gonna like take a little bit of clay or something and just, it should be easy to sculpt the payload. Payload? Yeah. But this other one has all its parts, so I do want to do a little better job on it, so. What's up, hon? I cannot reach this piece. Okay. Can't do the full piece. I cannot reach it without, like, snapping something, so... The fact that I can't reach it or even see it means no one else is going to see it, so I don't care. Is that true? I do care. It's going to bother me. Right up until I forget about it. Alright. I hope I won't need any more paint. Got the braces on the weight. Got my camera, which I bumped on my head again. There's a little paint that never left into here, or will wiped away with the wash or what. Get out of here, Francis. Jesus Christ, we don't want one. Just one. I hope I'm not wearing the paint off in these spots as I hold this thing. Yeah, we needed that paint drop. Joke. Rude. Excuse me. Yeah, the rougher texture of this resin makes it really hard to get in there sometimes. But it's flexible, so let me squish this to the side. Can't do that with the metal one. Get into the edges here. Oh, this thing's hard to reach. Hard to reach means it's going to be hard to see, so I don't care. Need to let it go. It's okay for parts of my models to look like crap if they're not going to be seen. They're impossible to be seen once it's on a base. Do I even want to base these? Do you want to bother basing them? Might not. Maybe the metal one. If I base them, I can put magnets under them. And the metal one is going to need a bunch of magnets to hold it in place. Because there's not one I want sliding around in the case at all. Oh, here's my army. And I've already destroyed half of them. Just on the ride to the tournament today. Using this broken pile of trash. Right. Alright, I am going to need a tiny bit more. Shame. Alright, this is the big brush though, so I can just... I'm going real rough with this brush. Once it covers enough of an area, it's good. Oh, you know what? Now that I got the silver on it, I can see the wood grain on that piece. That was supposed to be wood. Oh well. Fixing a large iron bar as the axle point should be... I don't know why they'd use wood. For that amount of weight swinging around, I'd use metal. But again, it could bend. Maybe they need the flexibility of the wood. I don't know, I don't design siege engines. I'm not a medieval war engineer. I'd get a sickness and I'd die. That's what would happen to me. Like, what happened to the alchemist you hired? And you'd be like, oh yeah, he blew himself up in the lab. He discovered explosive powders. Ooh, what's he gonna do with them? Nothing. He's dead. Your wife is so cute. That was weird. The clothing brand Billabong. I was like, you guys just named after a swamp, right? How did I know Billabong was Australian slang for swamp as like a little kid? How did I know that? How do I know these things? I'm like Slumdog Millionairing my way through life with random info.
You're so cute.
When I was little, I was obsessed with volcanoes. I had a favorite volcanologist couple, crafts. They're French. And one day my parents had to tell me they died in a volcanic explosion. Caught in a pyroclastic flow. Let me tell you, a little 5-year-old Flamel was quite upset. Dr. Wife had a good laugh at that story. She's like, what the hell sort of 5-year-old has favorite volcanologists? I just think it's so funny. It's really funny when kids get like obsessed with something. One of our friends, her nephew had like a broccoli themed birthday. Kid loves broccoli. It's okay. There's another one with the kid wanted to be like a smoke detector. He absolutely loves smoke detectors. Dressed up as a smoke detector for Halloween. Just like, what? Why do kids fixate on stuff like that? It's so funny. Rotate this thing so we can see in between the beams. Enough light to tell what I'm doing. I wonder if what's motivating me to paint this the way I do is the like when you're a kid and you get a toy and you're really excited for it, but then you find out like not great quality. Like even for a kid, you're still like, oh, I'm disappointed. Because like I remember having somewhere like only part of it was painted. Like you feel like the back of the toy, like it wasn't painted. Maybe if you were lucky, it was a different color plastic, but I think like I had a Jurassic Park remote control vehicle. It had a Dilophosaurus in the back that would pop out and squirt water at people. I think a little brother sent it down the stairs once. He destroyed everything as a baby. I sent it down the stairs and it broke. The cage containing it broke up open. Like as a kid, I was like so disappointed seeing that like there's only a partial Dilophosaurus in there. It wasn't a whole thing. And I wonder if maybe that's what's making me like. What always gives me the drive to like make sure I get these models painted from every angle, even though I'm not going to see half of it once it's down. I just don't like half-assed them. I like whole-assing them. This brush is it's splaying a bit. Yeah, some chunks on there. Up jumped the swag man, ran into the billabong. Never take me alive, says he. And something, 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 something still hears goes to the billabong. There we go. Yeah, that piece is definitely supposed to be wood now that I look at it, but oh well. Oh well, I think I'm running a big metal piece in the middle of it. Design-wise, gives some good contrast. It's got a nice little focal point in the middle. It's kind of lax in other spots. Sometimes with the pewter, it's really hard to see physical details. Hey, Pancakes, what's up? Just brought one of his jingle toys here. Pancakes, buddy, are we not going to bed fast enough for you? Oh, I never did the locking mechanism on this one. Oops. Pancakes, buddy, what's up? Pancakes, buddy, what's up? I'm just here to poke you and pester you. It's like, sweet buddy. Love you, buddy.
Where do you want to play?
He wants to play, and then you go near him and he runs away. It's like...
Would play, but I have Muffin on my lap.
Put this latch on here. Set. So there's a lot of like lumpy flash behind it from the resin.
Like, I could sleep it all day. I want to play.
No, Pancakes, if you slept at night, you could be awake all day playing with us. But instead, you're awake all night running around screaming, and then you sleep all day. Just a quick readjustment of your schedule, buddy, is all you need.
I think at some point they would have adjusted their schedule, but
They're gremlins. They're little goblins, hun.
the cutest one.
Alright, I think that's all the metal. But you know what? I'm actually gonna... Ooh, I missed a little bit of wood there. Whoops. Another spot I missed some wood. No, I didn't do that all on that one. Oops. Oh, I completely missed the backside of that. Wow. We can reach this from other angles now. I'll be able to get like the entire backside of this piece. Oops. So like just enough paint on here that's wet to get it. Alright. Oops. You know what? Because I've got the brushes and everything, I'll add a little to these things. A little wet. It just adds a little more design element to it. Okay. Dropped it. Right. See if I can reach behind here to get these other ones.
She's so cute.
That's enough of them. That just makes them stand out a little bit. This one's painted. It's just bent, so shown at the right angles as all the others. Bits of iron here and there. I should make some display boards for my armies. I was thinking about these wheels. Kind of remind me of like the water wheels and stuff in the Orc Forge for Isengard. When I do scenery, I like to go extra, so maybe I should make some display boards and I can win. Maybe I'll win best painted one of these times.
Somebody should hit the subscribe button to Daddy's channel. If you've got a subscriber, and it's a pancakes.
Just one of the cats subscribing. I'll do the handles on the other one. This one's much heavier. I forgot how heavy the metal one was.
Earlier, a sunflower seed fell on Muffy's back paw, and he lifted it. He had been taking a nap, his eyes nice and closed, and he just lifted his head gently, looked back at the seed, looked at me, and then put his head back down for a nap. Like, ugh.
What is a human? Oh, you just dropped a snack on me. Whatever.
I need to know the adorable schmucks.
Flip it around. I don't have the bases for these yet. Like, I don't have anything that can go on. Although, actually, maybe the Watcher's base. Put one of these on there. Because the Watcher's base got altered. It's round now, I believe. I don't think it's on its old oval base anymore. My opponent who beat me yesterday, even though I beat his Watcher, it did do some damage for a while on me. But I kind of also let him... He's a newer player, so I was letting him get away with some stuff. But his Watcher's not on the right size base anymore. And I let him, like, let bits of the base hang off the edge of the board. But, like, he's a new player, so he's learning. I can get pedantic about the rules later. But let's get the wood on that beam. I decided I'm gonna Make that beam wood. After all. I just have to wash the metal. No, no. What time's 10:23? Oh shit. Oh shit.
My arms are so cold that I can't get myself.
It's funny when like the cat's on you, you're like, oh, I could be more comfortable, but I'd disturb the cat. I can't move then.
I'm pretty sure I have a foot problem because of him. Because of the extra weight that he puts on my foot when I have my legs crossed. It is nothing. Like, I'm not gonna ask him to move. Rude.
It's just a baby, hun.
He's just a baby.
It's just a baby.
Mm-hmm.
A small orange grumbly baby, but he's our little orange grumbly baby. And the vets. That's the vet's problem.
Oh God, I will never forget that phone call. You were by your dresser when I got it. I thought it was just going to be a very gentle, hey, your baby's ready to be picked up. I mean, I was so caught off guard. I've never had a vet talk to me like that before.
I mean, we try to warn him.
And it was COVID. We had to drop him off. They didn't have in-person appointments.
I love how horrible he is to people.
Right? Oh.
The same on the middle one. Stretch my neck a little bit. Yeah, I think it's because the metal model's got a few thin pieces that I guess stayed thin looking. So they fit in the model and just look a little odd. Like there's this part of the bar that's exposed here. I think it's just part that's supposed to go into the hole. But because of it sticking out a little bit, it does kind of look more like it's a separate piece, like there's multiple pieces. But I think it's just shaved down to reduce a little mass. A little on the metal. Maybe that's reflecting. It's hard to tell. All right. So I have to let the wood bit dry a little bit. Let me get the metal bits out of this brush. All right. Time for the washes. That brush is done and washed. Let me get this covered on. Get out of here. Oh, it looks like I shaved that brush too. All right. Wash brush. Coke. All right. Gotta let that dry a little bit so I do the brown. What's I gonna use this for? Oh, what was I gonna use this for? The rock. I already used it. Okay. Non-oil gloss. So this one's gonna get extra stuff on it, so let me get this one first. So this is the thing I'm gonna want to dry. This thing will definitely be dry by the time these big ones are done. Little bits here and there on the steel. Top and bottoms of the arm. The bow, the arm, the arms of the bow. I don't know bow parts. The nock, fletching, shaft, head of the arrow. But aside from bow and string, I don't know the parts of a bow. Well, I guess this would be more like a ballista. A small ballista. Hoping it comes back when the new information's released.
Oh, I found the underwater where the warden lives.
Oh, nice. I mean, you won't lose anything if it kills you though, because of the mods.
I feel like I must have a heart attack for the first time when the sound just kind of went.
The shriek goes and you go blind briefly.
Yeah.
I was like giving the metal a bit of a gloss, even if it means like it's like an orc or something. I still go back over and like shitty it up, but a little bit where you can still see where it's still a little shiny. I think it's a good contrast on the orcs. You can see like, oh look, they ruined this thing. Oh, maybe they. There's a couple orcs that are wearing Gondorian armor. So like taking the armor, roughing it up, ruining it. Put some scuff and rust on it. Like, yep, the orcs killed some guys, took the armor. But they don't maintain it, they don't care for it. It's just better armor than they've got, and they're going to wear it. Let's see, we got a couple little dots there. Little greased up, oily chunks of machine. Even this piece, I'm not really sure is a machine or not, but it could be wood, but I don't know. It's too smooth. Yes, son? It's just deep dark. Is there a deep city in it? Any buildings or streets, or is it just the skulk?
Wait, why can't I harvest it?
You need a hoe. Yep.
Okay.
Dr. Wife has just found some deep dark. She's afraid of it, and I don't blame her one bit.
Well, I'm not shooting it even with the bow. It's just kind of breaking.
Oh, it's turning into experience. That's what you're harvesting. You need Silk Touch in order to get it.
No, I don't have Silk Touch.
But every time you break it, you get experience. This will be pretty quick. Just got to get in a few spots, so. A pad, stop it. Some of these bolts on here, I think, are just sprue marks. Because there's every once in a while there's one that's like too close to another one.
What am I hearing?
Those are skulk sensors. They're like sound reactive. They send a little signal out. If they hit a shrieker, though, you'll know.
Oh no.
Yeah, and you'll know when a shrieker goes off. But that's why I put on like you don't lose experience items, so you'll just If a warden summons, hun, you'll just go home.
Oh, I'm not afraid of that. I'm afraid of the heart
Oh.
attack. But yeah, no, that's pretty good. Oh wait, do I need
Mm-hmm.
diamond to harvest obsidian?
Yes.
Oh wait, where did I go?
Just kind of tone down the silveriness of this. Where'd you fall, hun?
I jumped right into lava.
Don't do that. That's bad for you. Jumped right in the lava. Oops.
So all of this is deep down in the that big hill cave thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ever want to explore that.
Yeah, that biome like spawns like it has to be deep for it to spawn. So you're usually only gonna find it under mountains like that. Whether or not it has a city in it is another story, though. But
There's so many bits and pieces up to it. I just see it kind of everywhere.
the upside though is that enemy mobs don't spawn except for the warden.
Wait, I think I'd rather take a mob of spiders over watching or over whatever I was watching you go through.
You can build little things to trick the warden
Uh-huh.
because it's sound reactive. So people build like little warden traps, and it's just little things that'll make noise, so it'll keep going back and forth between them.
Uh-huh.
Like one person made I think some bells and redstone. And basically trapped the warden in between it. So it would go towards one bell,
Yeah.
hit a redstone switch that would trigger the other bell. It would turn around and start walking towards that one, and then hit the switch and turn and trigger the first bell again. So it's just stuck walking back and forth. But you can accidentally summon multiple wardens, so caution with that one, hon.
What? Where did I even come from?
I need to go to bed soon. Sounds like you're home, hon. What happened?
Well, okay. So I used the bed.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, that's so good. I used the bed to set a respawn point in the mine, but then I took the bed with me because I need the bed.
Ah.
And if you do that,
It changes your spawn point. Back to start.
yeah, once you take the bed back, because I put it down and it said respawn point set, and I was like, oh, perfect. No. What kind of
little bit on here. Greasy wheel things. For the sake of getting one of these finished, we'll keep working on this one. Because I have to go to sleep.
Boys. Life is hard with the keyboard for a moment.
Right, there's a cable.
I didn't get a pokey stuff today.
It should make it look a little bit like maybe twisted sinew. Sinew? Tendons and bits. That'll dry. Let's touch up the bits of wood. I gotta. Oh, I thought that was the metal one. I'll flick a little more up to the lid.
You ever shine your really?
Yes.
What color is it?
Green.
I like you showed it to me recently.
I think we got them for Community Day. I think you might have some too.
There have been a lot more rolls out.
Yeah, it's one of the catch challenges.
Oh. I saw something was with the A's, right? Like you have to hatch it.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a pain in the ass.
It's not just you have to hatch it, but you have to get it first. And that's gonna be a pain.
Yeah, you have to go to like clear the room to get the other eggs. Ow. Couple points in here I gotta get. The back of these dials I missed. But only on the ones I can see. I think that covers all of that. Alright, small brush. What do we got? I don't have a small brush. Do this one ought to be small enough. No, it's not. It's too big.
Happens to be your coat.
Sure, for you. There's the tiny brush. Do they have decaf Coke? I don't know. Because the cola nut has caffeine in it, so I don't.
Yeah.
I think it kind of has to have caffeine in it. They probably make a decaf Coke. I don't know. All right, pull out the lid of the storm host. Ooh, dizzy.
I imagine they could decaffeinate the milk just like they do with coffee things.
Oh yeah, probably.
Yeah. Why would they if people don't care about?
So that's what makes it a cola, is the cola nut.
Mm-hmm.
Versus like a herbal tincture or something. Alright, if I want to do the little tree at Gondor here with this, I might have to hit that with the wash too. Alright, more of the banding on the arms. Yes, hun, care to share with the class?
That's just looking for the Minecraft realm is idiots doing idiot things.
Yep.
I just think that's cute.
Alright. These are some kind of metal bands holding it together. Like a leaf spring. I guess that's how they do it. Basically a leaf spring. Alright, let's see what other parts on here do I want to hit with this. This main piece. Main swing arm thing. The groin of the bolt thrower. Oh, and there's something beeping.
I thought so too. It's the Minecraft music.
Oh, okay.
It does sound like a bell.
So the bolts. Hands are going to be operating the bolt handles. They're going to be getting what happened to the iPad. iPad, you okay? Went black for a second there. Sometimes if an ad starts, it like freaks out. iPad, I need you to live to make sure my stream doesn't shut down on me. Oh, there's a bunch of bolts here on the back. Side. Bum, 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 bum. Handle knob there. Let me get that. bolts. Bolts on the top, and this thing will be done. A little bit more. There we go. Fantastic. Gondor Avenger Bolt Thrower is all done. This big lummox. Yeah, I think as the resin cools, it also sinks in a little bit. So like the ends of these are all pocked in, pulled in, concave. Okay, it's supposed to be round, but oh well, what can you do? Oops, I missed. Whoops, I slipped. Brush is gunking up. Okay, no, it's not the brush, it's the paint. Whoops, left it open too long. I really should not do that. Flip, flip, flip. Yeah, some of these bolts are kind of weird. Because of the resin. Because they're not like that on the side. I think that's the front and back are where the resin inlet like lets out. I won this one in a tournament raffle. Never won a tournament. I won a couple tourneys. Alright. I don't think these bolts are going to stand out enough, so I think these two items are done, at least. I still have this one to do, and I'm gonna do that tomorrow. Off cam, because it's just repeating this one now, so. All right. Let me clean that brush up. All right, so there's 2 war machines finished. Oh, actually, I do want to put a little wash on a little bit, just over the last little tree detail. Very controlled way. Get that there. Can I get just a tiny little bit in there? Yeah, took a little effort, but right. Now it's done. So there we go. I'll finish the metal one later. Now I've got some Gondor heavy weaponry. Let's see, I need this one. I'll need, this is not the right cover. There's this one's cover. Oh shit. Oh, I missed when I put the cover on. Oh no. What about the 6-fingered man?
Oh, it's got 6 fingers. I was like, no. That
My name is Inigo Montoya. Alright, this one's always a pain to clean. This will be for the washes, that'll be for the little dots. Beyond that, I think the only one I'll need is garbage brush. Garbage brush is such a fantastic brush. Saturday I've got a busy day, but it's mid-afternoon will be free. Tomorrow's free, Friday's free. I'll see what I can get done. I'm kind of torn between playing Pokemon or more Red Dead. Red Dead's fun, I'm finding, just to run around and fuck around in. But on stream it seems too focused. But it also doesn't seem like, oh, you're not gonna get like stuck on a story mission because it's too, like, I'm not strong enough, because that's not how the game works, so. Well, Pokemon seems to be, I think it lends itself to being a short playthrough better. Oh, let me just go fight this one area. Let me just go do this real quick. But then there's also going to be more likely to be chances it's going to be like, oh yeah, I'm weak here, I gotta go grind for a while. I hate grinding. Because the RNG is never great for me. Alright, that'll be it for tonight. All going back up in the shelf. What goes where? It's there, it's there. These two, I don't freaking know. They can go either or. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. Oh, jeez. All right, let me get this all packed up. All right. Mouse. All right. So, packed up. We got some more machines done. More streaming sometime this week. I am going to cover it up and let the stuff stay wet because I got to use it tomorrow. But last washes and last paints. Cool. I'll check on the base sizes. Yeah, I'll get some more carved stone tile floor bases done. But as for tonight, that is it for me. So thanks for popping in. Thanks for joining me. Have a good night, and I will see you later.